Greetings and salutations. I hereby call this meeting to order at 5:36 p.m. Roll call, please.
Ms. Serrano is absent. Mr. Kwok?
Here.
Ms. Quinones?
Here.
Ms. Loera?
Here.
Mr. De La Torre?
Present.
Dr. Jimenez?
Present.
Mr. Ray Chowdhury?
Here.
Dr. Isaiah?
Present.
Dr. Lovato?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. Review of the agenda. Dr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Board Vice President, Mr. Kwok. So for this evening, for additions, we have 5.03.A, Human Resources Supplemental to Certificated Personnel Recommendations List. 5.03.B, Human Resources Supplemental to Classified Personnel Recommendations List. 5.03.C, Human Resources Supplemental to Other Employee Personnel Recommendations List. 7.02.A, Board of Education Addendum, Approved Resolution 2024/25-46, Commitment to Preserve the Former Valley Alternative School, Lomitas property for community educational use. For deletions, we have 1.04.B. Please delete the entire item. Closed session, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Employment Titles, Certificated and/or Classified Management Titles as reported out. Please delete item 1.04C, Closed Session, Conference with Legal Counsel regarding potential litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, Determination of Significant Exposure to Litigation, 5 Legal Matters, undisclosed legal issue. Please delete item 1.04.D, Closed Session, Government Code Section 4957 and Education Code Section 32281, Threat to Facilities, Tactical Response Plan, Consultation with Chief of Police. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Oh,
Jimenez.
I'm sorry. Corrections. I'm sorry. I have one more correction. 5.05.S, Contracts and Agreement. Please correct analysis section of item to delete Playworks, 27,500 per school. All other information, reference is correct. So that completes the additions, deletions, corrections. Thank you.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, we'll move for the adoption of the agenda, including additions, deletions, corrections, and adjustments in order of business. May I have a motion? May I have a second?
Second.
It's a motion made by Ms. Lorera, seconded by Mr. De La Torre. Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Ms. Loera?
Yes.
Ms. Quinones?
Yes.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Ms. Serrano is absent.
Motion passes 4-0. Item number 1.03 in the next order of business. Audience members who wish to speak to items listed under the closed session only may address the board at this time. No requests have been submitted. Item number 1.04, adjourn from public meeting to closed session. May I have a motion?
Make a motion?
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Ms. Loera?
Yes.
Ms. Quinones?
Yes.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Ms. Serrano is absent.
Motion passes 4-0. We are adjourned. I hereby respectfully reconvene the public meeting at 7:09 PM. We recognize that the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District rests upon the unceded ancestral homelands, villages, and lineages of the Gabrielino Native American peoples. We recognize the Native peoples of this territory as the traditional and ongoing stewards of this land and pay our respects to Indigenous peoples, their ancestors, elders, relatives, and relations past, present, and emerging. For the greater city of La Puente, the Awinga village. For the greater area of Puente Hills and the city of Hacienda Heights, the Ajar Vangna village. We acknowledge that students, faculty, and staff of the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and residents of the area and cities continue to benefit from the occupation and settler colonization of these ancestral homelands. We recognize the importance of acknowledging the occupation and how the exploitation of this land has harmed those that came before us and are still here today. It is our goal and duty to rebuild the relations with the Native people whose land this rightfully belongs to. With this land acknowledgement, we hope to try and amend the bridges and forge a relationship that is built on our community and institutional values of diversity, equity, inclusion, and intersectionality. Consistent with these values, we are responsible for making the district's relationship with Indigenous peoples visible and authentic. We acknowledge the hardships, tragedies, and gains that have come from the settler colonial occupation of this land, and will work to hold the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District more accountable with respect to the resilience and history of Native Americans and Indigenous peoples. With this land acknowledgement, we recognize the nations of the Gabrielino peoples, their villages, and their lineages. For the Pledge of Allegiance, let's respectfully ask Dr. Arlene Cunningham to lead us.
It would be my pleasure. Please put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Cunningham. Report of actions taken during the closed session. And there were none. Roll call.
Ms. Serrano is not present. Mr. Quock?
Present.
Ms. Quinones?
Present.
Loera?
Present.
Mr. De La Torre?
Present.
Dr. Jimenez?
Present.
Mr. Roy Chowdhury?
Here.
Dr. Isaiah?
Present.
Dr. Lovato?
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reese, as always. Item number 1.11, approve the minutes for the in-person virtual regular meeting on March 13th, 2025. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Ms. Loera?
Yes.
Ms. Quinones?
Yes.
Mr. Quock?
Aye.
Ms. Serrano is not present.
Motion passes 4-0. Item number 1.12, request to speak to the agenda, confirmation of request cards collected from audience members wishing to speak to items on the agenda. And there are 12, soon to be 13. Next, reports and presentations. Dr. Jimenez, if you will.
Yes, thank you, Board Vice President, Mr. Gino Kwok. Good evening, everyone. Glad to see everybody here for this evening. And for this evening, I am going to share just a message that we have sent out to our community during this time. And we recognize that many in our community at this time may be facing anxiety, fear, and uncertainty due to the recent immigration enforcement activity in the Los Angeles area, including the presence of the military. So as superintendent, I want to reaffirm our district's unwavering commitment for all of our students and families and extend our deepest sympathy and support to everyone impacted by these actions. Our district remains committed to fostering a safe, inclusive, and welcoming learning environment where every student can thrive regardless of their background. We do understand that at this time, we've had parents reach out to us and share concerns regarding their child's learning this summer. As you know, we have a very large summer program this past summer, or this summer. At this time, we had about 6,000 students in various summer programs, and today was the last day for our elementary summer programs. But we have other programs that still will be continuing on and starting at different times. So we do want to share with the community that there are some virtual summer school learning options. And so the message that we sent out this afternoon, it went just right after 3:40 p.m. or so. And so there are phone numbers here that if there is a concern regarding attending a summer program, most of the programs that we have available in this virtual option are the Middle School Math 8 program or the High School Summer School Course programs through Mount SAC. We worked something out with Mount SAC to allow a virtual option so that our students who need to complete some of those courses and can attend in person have that option to do so. And also, if your student is currently enrolled in middle school algebra enrichment or a high school summer school course through our district, please call the number, area code 626-933-3401 for enrollment information. And once again, all of this information is in the message that we sent out and placed on social media. And also, if you're unsure which program your student currently attends, there's the Aries Parent Portal for middle school that has that information on there, or you can contact your high school counselor as well, or somebody at the school who could help support that, because enrollment can be completed in person or virtually. We also want to remind everyone that we do have our updated immigration support resources on our website, as that's listed there. So the message actually has the direct link. So if you go to our district website, I know sometimes it could be difficult to navigate all the different areas, but it's under the parents tab. So you can find that link there. And we do want to let our community know that we are here for you, and our schools remain safe and welcoming places for all students and families. So we want to extend our support, and we stand in solidarity with our students and families. Also, I want to just provide a brief update on the Wilson Stadium lights. I know there's been some questions about that. There's information that sometimes gets out there that is not completely correct. So we always want to fact check as to what's been happening with this. As you know, we had an electrical wire theft at Wilson, and it did hamper our abilities to have any type of work or any type of activity happening on the campus for the fields. And so we are working through that process currently with our insurance company, because they will cover part of those costs. And so it's taken a little longer. And so we're coming up with some temporary solutions with them that'll provide that brightness that we need to bring on those fields, so that we can use the field in a temporary manner or with temporary lights, but hopefully that will even be brighter than just any regular lights that we get permanently. So we're still trying to work that part out. And also, we have learned that our insurance carrier has shared with us that for the payment of any type of temporary lighting that needs to come in, we did purchase them as a district, our own lights, but they also have ability for us to get additional temporary lights. That part is covered by the insurance carrier. So we're trying to still work through that process. Any updates that you hear about that will come from the district office, more than likely here, and in information that we send out. So if you hear information out there otherwise, please always check the source, because we'll try to provide that update either here in this meeting or through information that we send out through the principal, Dr. Kenfield. And the next item here, I just want to welcome everybody to our Aquatic Center grand opening. I say our, but we own the land there where the Hilda Solis Aquatic Center is going up. There's a grand opening on a Saturday that is open to the community from 10 to 1 p.m. And so that's at the Temple Academy site. So if you are available and interested, please join in the celebration of the Aquatic Center. So in closing, I wish everyone a happy evening and a great weekend, and I look forward to seeing everybody soon. And that concludes this part of the update, and I will go on to our celebration slide so we can get to those very quickly. So if we can get up the slides there, conditions of learning, next slide. We want to highlight our RoboPlay competition, which was held on 4/30/25, and we want to thank all of our CSTEM center partners at UC Davis. We do have a partnership with UC Davis that provides the coaching, the mentoring, and the support. And it's just amazing how this program has expanded. And we know this program is effective because it teaches not only coding and robotics, but it also teaches the math content standards. And I know I have shared this before. We have one of our teachers who's seen tremendous growth in his students' math SPAC scores. And so we know this program works, and we look forward to this continuing on and expanding. I mean, that day was an amazing event. I think there was probably close to like 500 parents at, it was held at Los Altos High School, so a great turnout from our parents. So thank you so much to Dr. Isaiah and her team for supporting this event. And also, I want to thank Ms. Loera for being that advocate for this program. I know you were there that day, and it was just great to see this come to fruition because it was something that we had been planning, and we wanted to see this first ever RoboPlay competition. So thank you so much. Next slide, please. We want to highlight our international partners that visited us from Taiwan and Vietnam. They visited our implementation of our learning framework called New Pedagogies for Deep Learning. And so they had a big group that was here for a few days, and we were able to share in the learning as to what we do with New Pedagogies for Deep Learning to help our students be prepared for the future. So it was great to have them visit our schools and learn from the various sites that we visited. There was sites that we visited all across the district and all of the quad. So it's great to see this implementation with our partners from other countries. Next slide, please. Want to highlight Sparks Elementary because as part of the NPDL visit, the team visited the school there. So they visited with 3rd through 5th grade student leaders for Kids in the Hall. And our students, I'm sure I wasn't able to stop by on that visit there, but they were great because they share what they do in the classroom. So we want to highlight our students and our teachers and our staff, and Mr. Barraza, who I know is very fully involved in creating an environment there at Sparks Elementary. His goal is it to become a distinguished C-STEM school. So we know he'll get there. Thank you so much to Sparks Elementary. Next slide, please. Continuing on with this theme with New Pedagogies for Deep Learning, our visitors also went to Cedar Lane, and they were also very impressed with all of the instruction happening at the school and all the programs that we offer in alignment with New Pedagogies for Deep Learning framework. Next slide, please. I want to celebrate Mesa Robles as well because they were also part of that. So you can see what happened that day, all the classrooms they visited, our students also showing and demonstrating their learning. And so it was great to see that day because Mesa Robles was named an International NPDL School of Distinction. So that's a great honor for the school to add amongst the other honors that they have received. So thank you so much to Mesa Robles. Next slide, please. I want to highlight Sparks Middle School because they also welcomed the NPDL partners. So you can see all of the work that they did that day and the visitors and the classrooms they visited, and also our students showcasing their knowledge as to what they can do to demonstrate their learning. Next slide, please. We want to give kudos for our district hosting the 3rd annual NPDL Showcase, which highlighted all the schools, and this was held at the Willow Center and on May 1st. And that day, Sparks Elementary School and Mesa Robles were named schools of distinction. So we have 9 NPDL teachers of distinctions too. And very well worth this distinction. Our district was named an International NPDL District of Distinction, and there are only 3 school systems in the world that have earned this distinction. So just want to say thank you so much to Dr. Cunningham. I know she is retiring, and just for all of her efforts and work that she has done to promote this learning framework is commendable. I mean, things like this don't happen by accident, but it happens by careful planning and design and supporting of our teachers, our principals to make this happen. So thank you so much, Dr. Cunningham. Next slide, please. Our student outcomes, want to highlight Los Altos Elementary promotion. So you see that just occurred. We had many of our promotions happen, and so I want to highlight all of the promotions that occur on a campus. And it's like, wow, this is a lot. UTK and K promotion, 5th grade promotion, and so this is a lot of celebration, and rightfully so for our students. Next slide, please. Want to highlight Palm Elementary School for hosting community events, and I know Palm is working really hard as a community school. I know I've been there many times during the week and also on Saturdays for the different events that they have. that they are promoting a true community school. And also one of the teachers there, Elizabeth Dane, was recently recognized as Educator of Distinction for one of the local assembly districts. I believe it's Lisa Calderon Assembly District. So we want to thank her as well and her team for honoring one of our teachers. And this was all a surprise, and it was shared as well in a morning very similar to that second picture there, but that's a different event there in that picture. But that's where the school received their Civic Learning Award distinction, which they earned last year, but there's a delay in getting the judges out there to try to give the award to the school in person. So it happened that day. So want to congratulate Palm Elementary for earning the Civic Learning Distinction Award. And also the Autism Acceptance Walk, which was held on Saturday in that time around April on a Saturday. And just, it was a great event. We probably had about, I think, 200 people there that Saturday, and all the community partners were there at the school. So it was great to highlight the partnerships that we have with different organizations, and then everybody just walking for autism acceptance. So what a great event. And I know Dr. Elguera and her team helped support that. So I want to recognize that. Next slide, please.
If I may, Dr. Jimenez,
Sure.
that is or was Lisa Calderon Assembly
Yes.
District that was there, or the 56th Assembly District, and that was Albert
Yes.
Ruiz, that was their
Right.
her representative.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, Sparks Elementary, home of the Eagles. Want to recognize all the collaborative work here. You see here Dr. Nieto as well, and doing some of the middle school visits for the students, and also the Teacher of the Year, Dodger Dream Team, Sheriff Reading Program that they have, academic awards, autism awareness, fifth grade, feeling sixth grade coming soon. So that activity, and also climate building that you see there. And so what a great way for Sparks Elementary School to continue involving the community. I know the community there is very much involved. There's a lot of things that the community does, and there's just a great group of teachers there that I know go full and above and beyond to make learning happen for our students. And the teachers there are incredible. And some of the things that I have seen there over the years is just amazing. And I know they've actually had a Teacher of the Year before there for the entire district. So I know they do great work there. Next slide, please. Want to highlight Mental Health Awareness Week, as indicated, May 12th through 18th, that just occurred. And so you can see some of the different things that we did for mental health this past month. And there on the far right, you see the Ice Bucket Challenge. I know that was around before, but it looks like it came back. So I know there's people taking the challenge. Next slide. I want to congratulate the Orange Grove eighth grade Ocelots for their graduation. And so you can see here all the different things that happened during the event. And I know myself and some of the board were able to attend at least part of it, at least for myself, because that day we actually attended three middle school promotions and all before noon. So it's just a busy day. Want to recognize the next slide, please, the Wilson Quad for the graduate parades that they have in the feeder schools. So I know all of our schools, I believe, do this now, where they go to the feeder schools and they dress in their entire robe and regalia, and to show the students in the elementary school the importance of completing their high school education and earn their diploma and move on to whatever career or college or whatever they want to do when they grow up. Next slide, please. Want to highlight Student and Family Services for the Shirley Abrams Turnaround Award. And so this is an award that was provided here at LACO. So you can see our student that was honored here was Oscar Andrade, who is a 12th grade student at Valley High School. And so it was presented by Vanessa Ortiz, our chair. So you can see him being recognized there. So congratulations to Oscar. Next slide, please. We want to highlight all the work we're doing with intersectional ethnic studies. And this is an example where our students are learning about Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. We've had some readouts that were done by American author Tracy Wan, and also all the different books that are being read. And also there was a visit to Manzanar National Historic Site by our La Puente High School students, ethnic studies class. So they went there on that trip to learn about what happened in the past and how timely is this type of field trip and visit for our students that expands and connects the learning in the classroom to what actually occurred in the past with respect to history. Would you like to?
Yeah, if I may, Manzanar is historically important because that was the facility or one of the facilities where Japanese Americans were interned.
Yes.
Go
thank
ahead.
you.
Thank you.
And so the far right, you see some of the other activities where kids are making frames there. So just a lot of great work happening, as well as a visit from Filipina American author Rachel Avalos at the for California and Los Altos Elementary. Next slide, please. Want to highlight again the theme of mental health. So you see here where the students from the NAMI group, which stands for National Alliance on Mental Illness, they created a virtual assembly with a guest speaker, Dave Roberts, and a student created a PSA, a public service announcement, and also had a Q&A, a question and answer session with the school mental health experts to destigmatize mental health at Wilson and Mesa Robles. And so just at this time, you know, with all the different things happening in the area, we want to encourage our families, you know, if you need help and support, you know, we also have on our website Care Solace, which connects you to those resources if you should need any resources for mental health. So we want to put a plug in for that resource. I want to highlight the LCAP Student Advisory Committee. Every year, as part of the LCAP, we bring forward our middle and high school students from across the district. They all come to the Willow Center, and we ask them questions about what is it they want to see in our district, what is it they want to see in our schools. And so they have really great discussions about what kind of programs they want to see. And continually, I know when have visited with them on this day, the big things that I remember that they typically ask for is programs that engage them. And then number two is counselors. And they're always asking for more counselors and mental health support. So that's really a big thing that I know stands out for our students. And of course, you know, they also talk about, you know, we like to have a lot of activities and different things happening on their campuses. So just want to say thank you to our team at Services team for doing the facilitation to obtain feedback for the LCAP. Next slide, please. I want to highlight the Youth Cinema Project. Recently, our student films from California Elementary, also from Sparks Middle School and La Puente High School, which is a Youth Cinema Project, a youth film pathway, film showcase at the Los Angeles Latino International Film Festival. And so it was great to have our students showcase their films. And we will be putting a link to all of the films so that you can see them, and not only from our district, but other districts as well that showcase their films there. They're also on the Youth Cinema Project YouTube channel. So we'll put a link out there that'll highlight the films and the works that our students are doing. Next slide, please. I want to highlight Wedgeworth Grand Opening Celebration. And so these are some of the pictures from that day. And it was a great event that was blessed by showers. So the site was blessed with showers that day, and we thought we were going to have to cancel, but somehow nature came through and the rain went away and we were ready to go in time. So it was a great event. We had many of our past board members that attended as well, many community members, and also community members that attended there and whose parents brought a home back in the 60s and were promised a school back then. And so they were there too on hand to celebrate the grand opening. So what a great way to involve all the community. And just want to give a shout out to the Wilson Royal Marching Band for providing the performances with the band and keeping us moving and going. So thank you so much to the staff and the community and the teachers there, and also to Dr. Cho for seeing this come to fruition. Next slide, please. Parent and family engagement. Want to highlight Equity and Access for all the work that they do. You can see here the pictures and the graduation that we do every year to celebrate them, and you know, to just encourage them to continue moving on and supporting them. So one of the big themes that is shared from this event is that HLP USD is always here for you. Please let us know if you need any help or support, even when you graduate. We don't turn anybody away. If you need help or support, we will help you. Next slide. We want to honor also the dedication and contributions of our Parent Advisory Committee this year. So from our District English Learner Advisory Committee, DLAC, District Advisory Committee, DAC, our District Dual Immersion Parent Advisory Committee, DIPAC. And also, I know there's another committee that I don't see on here, but I'm going to give them a shout out, and that's the Community Advisory Committee, which is our special education parents that come together consistently to meet. I wanted to say monthly, but sometimes I know it doesn't work out monthly for the meetings that they have. And I know Dr. Elguera and her team, they provide the committee meeting, and then they also provide the training. So for that meeting, the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education families, there's two components. One is the meeting, if they're an officer and they're on the committee, and the other is the training. So the meeting is first and then the training. So we've tried different options this year, even did a virtual option to see if that would gain additional traction, but it didn't really increase. I think we're still having more people that attend that meeting in person. So we'll continue to explore ways to engage our parents in multiple platforms so that they attend. And so with that, that concludes the celebration, and that concludes the celebration. So I want to say thank you to everybody and have a great evening. So I yield back to Mr. Kwok. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have order here. All right. If you have a conversation, please step outside. Thank you for that. Important information. Item number 3.01, we're going to have hearings. 3.01A, public hearing regarding the 2024-27 Local Control and Accountability Plan, Year 2. This hearing is hereby opened at 7:35 p.m.
Gentlemen, it's been a while since we have spoken about the local control with regards to parent training. You guys need to do a better job in training the parents so they can understand what their role as parent participants is, and as well as the students. I know you bust some of the students to provide their input in terms of the local control. But some of the parents are complaining that they're given, we as parents and community, we're receiving the link to give you the input, but there hasn't been any training. You guys got to do better. I know Pico Rivera, I know El Monte, City of El Monte, what is it called? Not El Monte, El Monte City School District, as well as Mountain View School District, are providing great training for some of the teachers, some of the parents and community in terms of the local control, but not Hacienda La Puente. You guys got to do a better job so we can participate better. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? With that, it is hereby declared that this hearing at 7:36 p.m. is hereby closed. 3.01B, public hearing on the 2025-26 district's proposed budget. At 7:37 p.m., it is hereby declared that that public hearing is opened.
Good evening again, Manuel Maldonado, longtime resident and former student at La Puente High School. In terms of the budget, I'm very disappointed on the school district that the budget was passed. I know we're struggling to make ends meet with our budget, and I know we have hard needs. And yet, the district is spending money on building a new school for students that are not, or built a new school for students that do not even come from our school district. It's very shameful that you're catering to students that come from other school districts, and you're giving them a red carpet, you're giving them the best of the best, you're giving them special teachers and more. Yet some of our schools in La Puente are not succeeding, are not having success. As you stated in past, that when you guys name the reconfiguration schools, which was not really reconfiguration schools, was closure of schools, you misled the community. But when you stated that there was going to be no changes, there are great changes. Sparks Middle School is suffering. More than 350 students came to Sparks Middle School, and the same staff is serving the students. That's criminal. That's criminal, especially more importantly for you, Nancy Loera. That's your school. Shame on you. Shame on you that you have forgotten your students, you have forgotten your parents, and most importantly, you have forgotten your community. You lied to them. More than 350 students, Mr. Jimenez. It's very shameful, very shameful. And same staff that was before the students came to reconfiguration. Very shameful. I think you start to prepare packing your luggage, Mr. Jimenez. You're due for a change. This district is due for a change. Budget needs to be very closely looked into. We need more personnel. We need more staff to support our students in our schools, mainly in La Puente. This year, I think we're having more students enroll in our schools. So you need to figure out, what are you going to do? Thank you.
Anyone else? So at 7:39 PM, I hereby declare this public hearing closed. Item number 3.01C, public hearing on initial proposal for negotiations on a successor agreement for 2025-28 from the Service Employees International Union, SEIU Local 99. At 7:40, it is hereby declared that this hearing is open. Seeing no comments. So at 7:40 PM, this public hearing is hereby declared closed. Item number 3.01D, public hearing on initial proposal with the Service Employees International Union, SEIU, Local 99 for negotiations on a successor agreement for 2025 through 2028. At 7:40, it is hereby declared that this public hearing is open. Seeing no comments, it is hereby declared that at 7:41 PM, this public hearing is hereby declared closed.
Mr. Quoc?
Yes.
If I may, from closed session, we actually did take action on an item that we missed. So if possible, can we report out?
Anything is possible, Dr. Menace. That's why I had asked you about that, because I thought we had done
My
something.
apologies.
Of course.
Okay, item 1.04.E at a closed session. The board voted to approve the settlement agreement and general release with student receiving special education and related services, state student identification number XXXXX347, with a vote of 4-0. Motion was made by Mr. De La Torre and second by Ms. Loera. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Menace. Item number 4, communications. Madam Board Clerk, would you please read the statement?
Of course. The board's meeting in public provides the community with an opportunity to address the board during public comment section on any subject within its jurisdiction. Speakers should be aware that students and children are part of our audience and strive to serve as role models for good behavior. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to address the board with a total time of 15 minutes per topic. Speakers may not yield time to another speaker. These rules may be amended by the president with the board's consent. Comments should be polite and respectful, and the board will not tolerate harassment, intimidation, or threatening statements or conduct directed at employees, board members, their families, or any person in attendance at this meeting. Disruptive behavior will result in removal from the meeting, and individuals may be cited for trespassing if they refuse to leave. It is a misdemeanor to willfully disturb a lawful assembly or school meeting. Complaints against the district or an employee should follow the specific procedure set forth in board policies and can be obtained from the superintendent's office during regular business hours. Members of the public may record as long as it does not disrupt the meeting. This statement is supported by California law. Government Code Section 54957.95, 54953.5, 54953.6, Penal Code Section 403-602, and Education Code Section 32210. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So when we move on to 4.01A, Employee Associations. Let's go with Ms. Garcia or SEIU. Welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Jimenez, Acting President, Mr. Kwok, board members, cabinet, members of the committee. My name is Joyce Garcia. I serve as co-chief steward for Service Employees International Union. In light of recent developments involving the current politics climate and distressing events of this past week in our community, SEIU recognizes that many within our community may be experiencing injustice, anxiety, and concerns, particularly those with loved ones who have been directly impacted by the detention of their family, friends, or acquaintance because of ICE raids. These are challenging times, and our community is hurting. SEIU members stand with our community, and we demand the humane treatment of immigrants. Remember, all people in the U.S., regardless of immigration status, are protected under the 4th and 5th Amendment rights of the United States Constitution. Nevertheless, regarding our individual roles or affiliations, it is imperative that we withhold the highest standards of professionalism in both our conduct and communications as we defend, protect those who are being attacked. As customarily stated before the public comments, right now at the board meeting, we must remain mindful that young children are often present or listening. Therefore, it is our responsibility to ensure that our language remains respectful, appropriate at all times. The right to protest and to express our views is fundamental and must be preserved. However, it is equally important that we do not in any manner however, it is important, we do so in any manner in a civil and constructive reflection of the values we wish to instill in our children and our community. With that in mind, I urge us to all continue supporting one another, prioritize safety, and to remain united in our commitment to mutually respect and care for one another. And I also like to say congratulations to La Puente High School for receiving couple of words at the end of the school year. There's a few to name, but I'm gonna leave them off the list, but congratulations to La Puente High School. Have a nice evening.
Thank you very much. Stuart Garcia. Next, let's go with CSEA. Oh, actually, she's here. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, School Board Vice President Gino Kwok, board members, superintendent and guests, and also to Ms. Serrano, who is not here today. My name is Margaret Caldera, California School Employees Association, Hacienda La Puente chapter. I only get 5 minutes. Chapter 115. I want to thank the board for including agenda item 7.02A, the commitment to preserve the former Valley Alternative School or Los Lomitos property for community educational use. This is an important step towards keeping the space available for learning and growth in our community. I strongly encourage all board members to vote yes on this item and help ensure that property continues to serve a meaningful purpose. I would like to address agenda item 5.04F. Approve Head Start budget revision for the 24-25 school year for the amount not to exceed $300,000. I'm here to express serious concerns about the proposed transfer of $300,000 from Head Start carryover funds to purchase 2 electric Ford F-150 trucks. While we support giving staff the tools they need, this proposal raises major concerns about priorities, processes, and transparency. First, this is a 1/3 of the carryover budget. Couldn't these funds be better used for classroom resources, teachers, child development technicians, or classified staff who work directly with students? Second, the decision directly impacts custodians, CSEA members who would be expected to operate these vehicles. Yet the Child Development Director has not consulted with CSEA, the union representing these members. This is a serious oversight and goes against the collaborative process we value in this district. Third, electric vehicles come with long-term costs, charging infrastructure, maintenance, insurance. Have these been fully considered and budgeted? And finally, we must consider the broader context. Federal funding for Head Start is at risk. Using carryover funds for non-essential purchases could jeopardize our ability to demonstrate fiscal responsibility and protect future funding. This isn't about opposing progress. It's about making sure every dollar supports the children and families we serve and the well-being of staff who care for the children. I respectfully urge the board to delay this decision, conduct a full needs assessment, and include all stakeholders, especially CSEA, at the table. I stand before you not only representing our dedicated CSEA members, but also speaking up for the students and families who rely on a strong, fair, and fully funded public education system. Right now, that system is under threat. Across the country, we're seeing efforts to weaken public education and destabilize the working families who support it. One of the most dangerous proposals is a push to eliminate the U.S. Department of Education. Let's be clear, this would be devastating. The Department of Education plays a critical role in protecting our most vulnerable students, those with disabilities, those experience homelessness, and those who depend on federal support to access quality education. It also enforces civil rights protections that ensure every child can learn in a safe and inclusive environment. Without this department, schools would be left to fill massive funding gaps on their own. That means fewer classroom resources, larger class sizes, and reduced support staff. And when cuts happen, it's often classified staff who are hit the hardest: bus drivers, food service workers, custodians, instructional aides, the people who keep our schools running every single day. We could see hours cut, jobs lost, and vital services disappearing. That's why CSEA is taking a stand. We are fighting to protect public education, defend the rights of students, and safeguard the jobs of the hardworking individuals who make our schools whole. We're calling on you, our community, our leaders, and our allies to stand with us. Let's work together to ensure every student has the tools they need to succeed, and that every CSEA member is treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to our students, families, and staff.
Thank you. So, order, please. So, HLPTA, but my understanding is that they're not going to be here. Is that correct, Dr. Jimenez?
Yeah.
Right. But again, I did want to give them an opportunity in the event that changed. So here's the opportunity. If they do show up, we can always add them later. Okay, item number 4.01B, audience members who filed requests to speak. We're up to, I believe, 17 in number. So let's get to it. So we're going to start with our students. Maya Dorado, Gavin Orth, Naya Sanchez, and Jaden Huang. Let's welcome them.
Hello, we are the cast of. Hello, my name is Gavin North. I play Mr. Wormwood, and I hate books. I would like to start off by thanking the Board of Education, Dr. Jimenez, Dr. Serrano, who is not here, Dr. Jimenez, and the entire school board for their support on this musical. As someone who's grown up performing, having the opportunity to be part of such an amazing production for my school district has been such an extraordinary experience for me. What we are doing here is not easy, and it has never been done, but I know that this will definitely not be the last. This is a community effort, and with the help of many different people, like the support of the school board, all of the talented teachers, hardworking parents, and enthusiasm of the students, I know that this show will be amazing. Personally, I've never been fond of summer school, but I wake up every day excited to go to rehearsal because I find so much fun in singing, dancing, and becoming a part of shaping what is to come in our performing arts district. Thank you, and come to Matilda.
Hello, my name is Maya Dorado, and I'll be playing Miss Wormwood, or Matilda's mother, in this production. All I wanted to share was how grateful I am that the district has allowed this theater program. As someone who used to do a similar program at our Hacienda Heights Community Center that was unfortunately closed after COVID all those years ago, I'm so thankful for all of our incredible teachers and volunteers that give us their time, their energy, and their expertise to hundreds of kids every single day from 7:30 to 3:30 p.m. And that's a lot of work to do with so many kids with so much energy. I look forward to seeing what our community can create together, and I hope to come back in the future after I do this program as well to continue cultivating the creative young minds of our community together.
Hi, I am Naya Sanchez. I am playing the role of Matilda, and I'm representing Grazide Elementary. I am so grateful to have this opportunity because this is my first time acting. This program helped me learn new things, make new friends, and start my acting journey that I've always dreamed of. I want to thank all of our teachers for guiding us and helping us to be better for the show. So make sure you come see our show on June 28th and see us perform.
Hi, my name is Jaden and I play Bruce, and I love chocolate cake. I am glad I am here to say that this experience has been a wonder. I'm a big fan of musicals, and I always wanted to be in one. So you can imagine how excited I was when I first heard, wow, this one right here. Okay, so I really want to thank the people who have taken lengths to make sure this musical is possible. I want to thank Dr. Shekel and her amazing team that she has put together. And I want to thank my mom, who was right there, who told me about this in the first place. Thank you so much.
Come see our show on June 28th and 29th. Matilda, thank you so much.
Let's all go see the show. Doesn't get better than that. Next, let's welcome Jaden Perez.
Hello and good evening, distinguished members of the school board. I'm speaking on behalf of Agenda Line Item 5.05V, the proposal to continue the school board's relationship with Advantage Communications as in regards to speech and debate. The speech and debate program that our district has launched is one of the most important and crucial projects that we have. It is breathtaking to me just how important and life-changing that this extracurricular activity has been to myself and my many community members. In no other district in no other school district does the district provide all of the funding, travel expenses, tournament expenses, and coaching expenses for all of their students. Whenever I talk to students at tournaments, they're always blown away by the amount of support we receive from the school district. It is amazing that we give this level of support, and I thank you for your continued support and hope that you will continue to do so. Not only that, but speech and debate is one of the most equitable institutions we have at HLP USD. No matter what school you are attending, whether it is an elementary, middle, or high school, whether you are from La Puente, Workman, Wilson, or Los Altos, you receive the same access to coaches or to coaching staff and student resources, meaning no matter where you come from, you have the same ability to succeed. This is astonishing, something that I have never seen across the entirety of Southern California. Not only that, our program is young. Speech and debate started under COVID, but it only recently was added to the high school docket. In a very short amount of time, just 2 years, HLP has become known across Southern California and indeed the nation as one of the most feared districts. At the middle school level, we already have national champions. And come the national tournament next week, I am confident that our high school members will do incredibly well. It is breathtaking that we have this level of support. It is crucial to me that I stipulate that Advantage Communications is one of the key aspects of this. The coaches that work for Advantage that we get direct access to are some of the most accomplished in the field. We're talking national champions at both the high school and college level. These coaches have incredible amounts of knowledge that is only earned through experience. It is breathtaking to me It is breathtaking me the skill level of my own coaches who are able to coach me and help me believe that I am able to succeed. I will be competing at nationals on Wednesday of next week, and I am more confident than I would ever be with any other coaches than the coaches provided by Advantage Communications. So I hope that you will continue to support and vote for line item 5.05V, our continued relationship with Advantage Communications. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. I think we'd all accept that stipulation. Next, let's welcome Jennifer Wu.
Good evening, Vice President Mr. Gino Kwok, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Wu, and I'm here today to talk about an activity that is very dear to my heart, that being speech and debate. I've been in this program since its induction when I was in 7th grade, and here I am today about to be a senior, thriving because of this activity. Speech and debate has impacted my life in so many ways, but it isn't solely just this activity that has changed me. It is the coaches. Words cannot describe how truly grateful I am for the coaches of Advantage Communications. Not only are they extremely talented, but they have kind souls. I mean, we're literally learning from the best of the best. They're all national champions. But they're not just teaching us how to win. They're also teaching us how to be good people and to speak up for what we believe in. And they lead by example. But my coaches have helped me realize that advocacy is more important than any trophy. Even though I've only known our main coaches for 2 years, they've taught me lessons that would last a lifetime. I personally have learned many lessons from this activity. Was it hard to digest? Yes, absolutely. But they're always stressing the importance of learning from your mistakes and not dwelling on it. Our coaches care for us, putting our needs over competition, and they will take time out of their day to assist us with anything we need. This weekend, we're off to nationals, and with these coaches, we could not have been more prepared. This is truly a beautiful activity, something that I would never trade. And our coaches play a big part in my growing passion for speech, which is why I'm asking you to please vote yes for motion 5.05V. Under Advantage Communications, we as students would learn how to continue raising awareness and practicing advocacy. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a great night.
Thank you. Now let us welcome Allison Hernandez. Online.
Are you able to hear me?
We can. Proceed, please.
Good evening, President Ms. Serrano, Vice President Mr. Kwok, Superintendent Dr. Alfonso, and board members. My name is Allison Hernandez, and I am a current high school student in HOPUSD. Although I was unable to attend the board meeting in person, I still wanted to share my thoughts regarding the funding approval for the 2025 through 2026 speech and debate school year. Speech and debate has been the highlight of my school experience. I've been a part of this program since 7th grade, 4 years and counting, and I plan to continue competing in college because of the incredible opportunities and growth this program has given me. Speech and debate gives students a powerful platform to express their voices. Beyond that, it brings pride and recognition to our district. HOPUSD has earned 5 national championships, including a National School of Excellence title. At the National Harvard Speech and Debate Tournament this year, we had students break into quarterfinals and semifinals, an incredible improvement from the previous year, where we had 1 student break at the Harvard tournament. This year, we had 6 events advance. Last year, we had no qualifications to the NSDA National Tournament. This year, in 1 week, we had 3. That kind of speaks on the growth, and it's just the beginning. None of this would have been possible without the dedicated coaches from Advantage Communications, who go above and beyond, not for accolades, but for the students. Their commitment to our success is evident in every practice, every round, and every result our team brings home, whether from local tournaments or national ones. Next year, Advantage Communications is planning to host a tournament at one of the district's high schools. The money raised from that event will go directly toward the funding for our travel tournaments. They're also working on building up fundraising efforts to help lower the overall costs for the district. So not only is the program growing, but it's also finding smart ways to support itself and ease the financial burden. As someone who has been in this activity for a long time, I can say without a doubt, speech and debate is like no other. With each passing school year, more students from HLP-USD come up to me asking how they can join or what makes this activity so special. And every time my answer is the same. Sure, the trophies are great, but what makes speech and debate special is the platform it gives to speak our minds, the experiences we gain, and the people we meet. This wouldn't have been possible without Advantage Communications. Speech and debate is equitable. All schools in our district have access to the same coaches and resources, which means every student has a chance to grow, compete, and thrive. Thank you for your time and for considering continued funding for this transformative program.
Thank you very much.
Sincerely-
Thank you very much. Next, let's welcome Vianney Miranda Rivera.
Good evening, good evening, Vice President Mr. Gino Kwok, Superintendent Dr. Alfonso, and board members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today and speak on behalf of the Speech and Debate Program as an active member. My name is Vianney Miranda Rivera, and I currently attend Los Altos High School, where I am a sophomore. Now, Speech and Debate is truly a program that's one of a kind. It's helped so many people throughout these past 5 years it's been within our district. One of the main reasons it's so unique is the coaches that they provide us with. Students have made so many bonds with these coaches where they not only help us with our craft, but they are there for us no matter what. Being a part of this program has helped me grow in so many ways, as I started in 6th grade, and it's been currently 5 years and counting. When we were on Zoom, and I found it as just a way to pass time. I found out that I was actually really good at it, and I enjoyed doing it. It's helped me build my confidence, my speaking skills, create friendships that will last a lifetime, and help me realize how much I love public speaking. With all the amazing opportunities that opened up for me, one of the biggest accomplishments I saw in myself was when I was in 8th grade. I became the first 2023 POI National Champion Middle School in HLP School District. I achieved this because of the amazing program Advantage Communities provide us with, and with the wonderful coaches and board members that supported us throughout our journey and believed in us when no one else did. And we've been blessed to be able to attend these tournaments like Harvard and Nationals, which are the most prestigious tournaments where our team is up there with all the other schools, making it to quarters, finals, semis, and finals. And this next week, I'm without a doubt sure that we will do very well at the tournament at Nationals. And this proves how important this program is for us. It creates champions and gives a voice to students who didn't believe they had one. It allows us to speak freely about what we believe in and not be held silent against all the odds against us. We've created a home and a family that we can turn to in speech and debate. It's become a second family, and I'm not just speaking for myself. You can ask any of my teammates and they will agree. That's not just something you could find anywhere on any sports team or club. It's created with love, passion, and passion for speech and debate. Speech and Debate is a very beneficial program, giving us the skills to speak up for ourselves and overcome the fear of public speaking, which is the #1 fear in the world. And through Speech and Debate, many students have overcome this fear and built confidence within themselves and the words they speak. This program doesn't just coach one school, but it is our whole district receiving the same resources. To leave you with the last message, Speech and Debate, I could say without a doubt, is my favorite program that I'm involved in, and I can say this with confidence that I would not be who I am today without it. I really have found myself through it, and with the help of my teammates and coaches. If Speech and Debate wasn't given to us, I have no idea what I would do without it, because my teammates and I pour our whole souls into our speeches, because we care for it so much. It's an essential part of our district that makes us a family and connects us all as the HLP Unified School District. So I please say, I ask you to motion yes for the 5.05V. Thank you for listening. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to Mom. Next, let's welcome Lou Sandoval.
Good afternoon, board members. I would like to mention something about Witchworth. I understand back in the day, we're talking about 2 years ago, I did mention that the board, to the board, that the playground is not suitable for kids with disability. And I spoke to your building manager, which is seeing over the project, and I asked him, are they gonna replace those playgrounds? And he said, no, they're just gonna move it, the same ones, to the other area. So please make that a priority to change those playgrounds, because we do have students with kids with disability, and basically, those playgrounds is a liability. They're not very proper for children's, okay? Do your diligence, because I mentioned this way before. Even the buildings were building, okay? And also Sierra Vista, I'd like to mention that they do have a graduation. Mr. Jimenez, you did not mention that. I did see the graduations and the updates that you were doing, and you did not say anything about Sierra Vista's graduation. Most importantly, because there are kids there with disability who graduated and sit at the seat when they were graduating, as Ms. De La Torre was there too, and Ms. Adriana Quiñones. Thank you very much for showing up. Also, I'd like to mention that today I was having a hard time looking for the application called intra enrollment. It was not on the website, and that should not be happening. Who people want to go ahead and change, or parents who want to change their students within the district, and the intra application was not on online. Only the application was inter, which means that the students who want to come in from other school districts come into the school. So please keep that a note that needs to be changed. Also, I'd like to say, Dr. Chuckles, thank you very much for giving the opportunity for my daughter to be in the Broadway show. However, right now she's not attending the school, but I really, really appreciate her to give her the opportunity. And hopefully next year would be a better year for my daughter to attend. Okay. And lastly, phones. Please, we are spending so much money on the phone lines, and I'm trying to get a hold of somebody. La Puente was very hard. It was giving me different prompts, and I do get urgent, so please make a note of that and update. And also just a little memo, make sure you do say your hours of summer schools for each school. What are your hours, so that way parents are more communicating, especially right now. We need the phone system to up and load and very communication right now, what's going on around the world right now. Okay. Let's see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Dr. Jimenez, if we can look into those three items, which are the playground, the intra-district transfer, and whatever's on the on our phone system. Next, let's welcome Manuel Maldonado.
Good evening, members of the board, audience. My name is Manuel Maldonado, resident and former student at La Puente High School. I like to also speak about the phones. Today, I was trying to get a hold of Quiz Elementary. It was very difficult. One of the parents was trying to get a hold of Quiz Elementary. It was very difficult. In chaos the way it is right now, just imagine if there were be an emergency with ICE or CBP. How can you contact school administration? And not only La Puente High, not only Quiz, but there are all these other schools in La Puente. And I believe Luz Sandoval mentioned that respect. The other thing is the incompetence of the staff. You need to hire people that is more competent. And I know that when you don't have a good leadership in the board, it's hard to do that. But hopefully next year we'll be able to change that when elections come. There's a lot of incompetent people in this district, and starting from the police department, I went to get a police report that was requested about a month ago. And we had to wait for over a half hour just to get the police report. They denied and they called the parent a liar. Chief Babbitt said she was a liar, and then I told him it's not about being a liar. It's about being incompetent. Since you're calling my people liar, no, I'm just calling them incompetent. Just say it to her. I did. Not only her, but John is also incompetent. With regards to Sparks Middle School, I've already addressed the issue that Sparks Middle School needs to have more staff, and the board member has to be present at the district and speak to staff to see what's going on. In regards to the need to start a new year with good qualified staff, Sparks Middle School does not have a solid DI program for the incoming sixth graders. We need to know what is going to be done. I've been requesting this for over a year. I haven't heard back from Mr. Jimenez or anyone in the board or Dr. Isaiah to that effect, or the director of the bilingual program as well. I don't know who dropped the ball, and we're talking about the competence. Last issue is in regards to the Pledge of Allegiance. I feel bad not saying the Pledge of Allegiance, but I can't say it because the last words, liberty and justice for all, does not work in this term. We have an imperialist, a president that he thinks this is the king of the world, but he's not. He freed some of the people who took over the White House. Why didn't he call the National Guard or the Marines to arrest all the people that took over the White House? Now he's calling it on people that are peacefully protesting. And I'm very proud of my people in Apuente for conducting peaceful protests and marches throughout the city. And the other thing is we need to, I'm surprised that we did partnership with other countries. We need to do partnerships with Spanish-speaking countries. Thank you.
Mr. Maldonado. Next, let's welcome Karen Warman.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Jimenez, and everyone in attendance. My name is Karen Warman, and I'm a community member plus CSEA 115 vice president. First of all, I want to say I'm so proud we did it. ESP classified members that were coaches that took on this challenge. As far as I know, everything went well and enjoyed it. I do ask that next year the training is done a little bit earlier if possible than at the last week of the school year. If a coach is hired at the last minute, please have TOSA available to help them at the site where they are starting at. I also want to thank Deidre Hurst for the support at Valinda for the first week, along with the office manager and office assistant who were very welcoming and cheerful and very helpful, along with the support continued with Ms. Bermejo when she returned the following week. And I was very happy to be at this site because that's actually where I started out in state preschool 21 years ago. So I felt like I was returning to home. Yes, so that made me happy. Next, I wanted to talk about a PD that you have on here, 505AE. I'm hoping classified will be invited to take this as we have heard nothing yet. So that's for the end of July. So if possible, if we will be invited, which all classified members should be, we should be hearing soon, please. Today, I received my site assignment for the coming school year for state preschool. And I think this is the first time we received it this early. I'm hoping that this practice continues. Let's see. Oh, also going back to Valinda, I'm very happy to see that they're on the agenda for the bond work, as this school is in need of repairs, as many schools on the La Puente side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's welcome Eduardo Salgado.
Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Eduardo Vidal Salgado. The reason I'm here is to do a public comment. The Clean Air Coalition and our neighbors who live near the toxic Ecobac lead smelter asked the HLP USD board to oppose Ecobac's permit renewal. The families of this school district need your support to shut down this facility and stop the daily emissions of lead and arsenic and other toxins into our community. Please send a letter to DTSC requesting the that EcoBat's permit be denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's welcome Tilly Carlos.
Good evening. Before I begin, I'm going to ask the board if you would please allow me extra time because this is a substantial subject and I think it's very important for us at AMR Children's Center. I'm going to try to do it within the 3 minutes, but I am going to ask you to please, if I do go over, to please allow that. Can you guys?
Well, the question is how much time, right? It isn't just going over, and we want to
Maybe-
be fair. She says it's AMAR.
Maybe about 2 or 3 minutes over.
Why don't we have her, why don't she go to 3 minutes and then she should know where, more or less where she is in her speech, and then could you tell us how much more time she needs?
We
to
could
get
do
in?
that.
Okay, that sounds fair.
All right, thank you.
Okay, hello, my name is Tilly Carlos. I'm a community member and CSCA Executive Board member. Tonight, I am here to speak on matters I really wish I didn't have to address, but right is right and wrong is wrong. Here's a quote which I think is appropriate by the late U.S. Representative John Lewis: "Get in good trouble, necessary trouble." I expect that neither I nor anyone else at AMR will get in trouble or be retaliated against in any manner for what I am about to read, and for the other statements from staff members, both classified and certificate, that I will be given to you at the end of my comments. I'm going to reference supervisors whom I personally have never had problems with, but whom it is believed have a role in what is transpiring at the AMR Children's Center. For the past couple of years, I don't realize how short I am. For the past couple of years, there has been what we believe to be a concerted plan to eliminate our supervisor, Mr. Gabriel Munoz, and our TOSA, Ms. Ann Peterson. And for reference, Mr. Gabriel is the only male supervisor in the female-dominated child development program. When Abigail became the new director, it wasn't long before staff began to see and feel as if they didn't matter. At AMAR, we serve children starting at 2 years old until they leave for kinder. So what happened? While a major issue is care and supervision, which are the keystones of child development, who is responsible when Mr. Gabriel is at lunch, when he leaves for the day, if he's ill or on vacation, etc.? What happens if there is an emergency and there is no supervisor on campus? Because remember, AMAR is open from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. to meet the needs of our families. So it stands to reason that Gabriel cannot be expected to work 10 and a half hours a day, right? Mr. Gabriel and Miss Ann each addressed this issue with the director various times, but there was never a consistent plan in place, and Dr. Lovato was asked to intervene. Yet the problems were never totally resolved. Then the relationship between Abigail, Gabriel, and Ann became visibly strained, and retaliation came into play. Abigail moved to remove Gabriel from AMAR and was going to bring another supervisor from the main office, SSC, in his place. Why? Retaliation? I don't know. Luckily, Mr. Gabriel opposed this and he was supported, and he was not moved after all. But things became worse. Now, as for Miss Ann, every year TOSAs must reapply and interview to retain their TOSA position. But this year, the writing was on the wall, and we all had a good idea that Ann was not going to be allowed to remain as TOSA. Sure enough, on Tuesday, Ann was notified that she was not selected by the director. Past practice at AMAR and district-wide has been that when a candidate passes the district testing and interview process, they are then interviewed by the principal or supervisor at the work site to make the final selection. However, this time, Mr. Gabriel did not have a say. This decision was not based on Ms. Ann's performance because she is an excellent TOSA and has made many improvements since she has become TOSA a couple years ago. I don't know, maybe 2 more minutes?
Well, hold on, why don't you make a motion then?
I'll make a second.
Well, all right.
I would like to make a motion to extend 2 more minutes.
Ms. Quinones seconds it. Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Ms. Loera,
Yes.
Ms. Quinones,
Yes.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Ms. Serrano's absent.
So 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Can you?
This selection, we believe, is based on retaliation by Abigail and her team of supervisors and was to give it to one of their teachers. After her interview, Miss Ann shared that none of the 5 supervisors would even look at her, and she knew she was not going to be selected. Could it be because the decision was already made? This is why many employees district-wide do not speak up for fear of retaliation, which is ever present. A director should be able to make decisions for the betterment of the program, the children, the parents, and the staff, not from the counsel she may be receiving from others. She should be able to form her own opinions of people based on personal experience and working relationships. Holding resentment towards Mr. Gabriel and Miss Ann for speaking up to make sure we were all safe is wrong. To try to change the center's hours to close earlier because it's an inconvenience was wrong. To keep Amor classrooms closed because of lack of staff is losing us money and is wrong. To have all SSE supervisors out on the current 440 summer schedule, once again leaving only Gabriel available to supervise is wrong. Hiring a new supervisor when we are in a financial crisis and Head Start funding is in jeopardy is wrong. And not selecting Miss Ann is horrendously wrong. Just a few weeks ago, we had an emergency where a 2-year-old had a seizure in the classroom. As we were informed, Miss Ann was out the door before I could even dial 911. And yet they don't want her as a TOSA? She is exactly who we want. So I am asking you, the board, to place a hold on the TOSA positions and on the new supervisor position until you can investigate, speak to the staff, speak to Gabriel and to Ann. Their voices deserve to be heard. I do have a couple of statements from classified and certificated members, which are unsigned because people are afraid of retaliation. They don't get summer hours, they don't get winter hours, they don't get placed in, good classrooms. So a lot of that happens. So if I give this to one of the officers, can you please give it to the board members? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let us welcome Veronica Miranda.
Hey, good evening. Can y'all hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Thank you. First, I would like to start with, I guess, good news. I want to shout out our site, Los Altos Elementary, specifically because with all the raids happening, our site decided to take extra protocols, and I really want to give a shout out to Champions too, because in order for us to receive a student was to call Champions directly. So for safety protocols, I think that's something I'm hoping the whole district's doing. I can't speak for the whole district because I'm not currently working with the district right now. But just shout outs to our team for doing that because it just made me feel better, not only as a parent, but I can imagine as a community member coming into the space. The second thing, I would like to also give a shout out to, actually, I'm going to start at this level with Amor. Because of the fact of Amor being such an amazing site, thank you, Tilly, for speaking on it. I think for me, I have spoken many times about this site. I think what Tilly, I want to echo what she was saying. We have an amazing team there already. I can't tell you how many times, anytime I've a classroom situation, something needs to get done. Miss Ann has done her job phenomenally. And I think we need to give her flowers for that, because without her at that site, I think that's where that's not being seen at this level. My curiosity goes to relationship building, is that are we building relationships with our folks that are up above? I think a lot of times folks in the district like to sit in those seats at the district office, but they don't tend to go down to our sites. I mean, it's a simple effect that even one of our board members, Nancy Loera, has done. I've asked her many times to go to AMAR and she still hasn't been there. So for me, what I would like to see is, if we're gonna want, employees, staff to feel safe and create relationship building, we need folks to be present. If something goes down, if I'm in a director position, I would also want to feel that I'm being a team player by participating and not just being a team player when an emergency rises up. AMAR has so much potential to create retention for our district. I've said this many times. They have programs starting at the age of 2 years old up until kinder. One of my children got to benefit from that program. I have also one of my other children in the program, and I just applaud them for the work that they do. I wish I can give them more rewards and more things from my part, but every time I see them, I just want to thank them because they're taking care of our children, especially in times like this right now. I also want to highlight that there was a resolution for immigration that we did back in 2017. Shout outs to the La Puente community that highlighted this. I would like us to look back at this of what we can do as a community, because right now there's a lot of tension and anxiety going on for our community. I see that we're offering lunches and food right now for our community. I would like to, ask the district if there's a possibility to support those families that don't feel safe going out. We did it during COVID. If we could possibly drop off these foods to these families that are in need.
Thank you
Because
very
for me,
much. Thank you very much. You have reached your time. Thank you. Next, let us welcome Margaret Caldera.
Hello again, Margaret Caldera, a community resident, employee, and CSEA chapter president. I'm here to read a statement from a CSEA member at Amar Center. Hello, board members. I work under the Child Development Program at Amar Children's Center for at least 18 years and have had great experience for many of those years. I have seen directors, managers, teachers, CDTs, and other office staff come and go, and it wasn't until the last 3-ish years at Amar Center that has been left to feel like the stepchild of the family. Other program management and current director are quick to say, if we need any support, please reach out, but are slow or non-existent when we do. When the current director, Abigail, and I can't pronounce the last name, Carubin Villarreal, came aboard about 2 years ago, it seemed at that time that she was going to be helpful and a good leader, and that was quickly found to be untrue. She is full of excuses when asking for her help with any concern. This past 24-25 school year especially has shown how unconcerned she is with staffing and the children's safety. We have a campus of about 15 classrooms at a full capacity of about 357 children. We were unable to fully enroll our classrooms due to being understaffed. 2 teacher positions open and 5 CDT positions, and had to close 2 to 3 classrooms due to not having staff to place in those classrooms. I know hiring teacher CDTs, FSSs, and other staff were done and placed at Head Start preschool programs that did not have the number of children needed to fill said positions. But that staff hired were not hired for the open positions held at Amar. When these and other issues were brought up to Abigail by our SART manager, Gabriel Munoz, and our current TOSA, Ann Peterson, nothing was done. Even when Gabriel and or Ann brought it up to above Abigail. For this, it feels like Abigail and the other program management team has tried to retaliate against them and make them fail at their jobs, which I feel has failed as Amar staff are good as their jobs and are a good team. Currently, Ann Peterson applied and interviewed for the 25-26 school year to return to as our TOSA, a position she has held for the last 3 years and has done so successfully. Due to what I feel is retaliation and truly unprofessionalism, the director and other program management went to the interview process with bias and preconceived plan to not hire Miss Ann. As of Tuesday, June 10, 2025, Miss Ann was told by email, not by a phone call or even in person, that she was not hired to be the 25-26 school year's TOSA here at Amar. I would like to ask that the board investigate this justice. This one was signed by a CSEA member because CSEA will stand in support this member. We will not tolerate any retaliation of our member for speaking and bringing this to your attention. Thank you for your time. Dennis Quinones, AMAR staff member. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's welcome Delilah Valencia.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about a serious issue from my school. I began attending Orange Grove Middle School with I began attending Orange Grove Middle School with hope for friends, for growth, for a safe place to learn. I love learning. My education is very important to me, but what I encountered instead was cruelty, bullying, and a school system that failed me at every turn. Since the very beginning of my time at Orange Grove, I was bullied for the way I looked, for the way I dressed, for simply being who I am. The bullying didn't just come from students, but even from a teacher, someone who should have been a role model, body shaming in front of my peers. Even though I reported it, nothing was done. I even requested constant check-ins from the counselor, but the counselor never followed through. The principal never took responsibility. The school pointed fingers, shifted blames, and made excuses. Soon I started missing school, not because I didn't care about my education, but because school no longer felt like a safe place. I begged my mom to let me stay home because home was my only safe place. Going to school felt like walking into a battlefield I never signed up for. Do you know what it feels like to be 12 years old and feel like no one cares if you exist at school? Do you know what it's like to know the counselor is aware that you're hurting for them, to know that you're self-harming, for them to blame you as if it's your fault? They said I denied services. They said I didn't want help, but the truth is they never showed up. They never checked in. I'm just a kid, still learning, still growing, and they're supposed to be professional, trained, paid, and responsible for our safety. And worse, they blame me for their failure, for their mistakes. The school failed me and is still failing others, but here I am, and I refuse to stay silent. I continue to carry the scars of what I went through, not only on my body, but deep inside. The scars no one else sees, the one the school left behind when it chose not to care. These scars, the emotional ones, they don't heal easily. This school had a duty to protect me and all students. They had a legal and moral obligation to support my mental health and my safety, and they failed. They failed me in every classroom. They failed me in every counselor's office. They failed me in every hallway where the bullying was ignored and brushed off. I want school to be a safe place for every student and staff to be held accountable. I demand better because no student should have to suffer like I did. No student should have to feel invisible. So I'm speaking now for every student who has felt unheard, for every student whose cries have been silenced, for every kid who went to school hoping to feel safe and instead left feeling shattered. I'm here because even though I carry these scars, I found my voice, and I hope you hear me now.
Thank you very much. So Dr. Manager, we can just look into that. Thank you very much. Excuse me, order, please. Also, if there's any issue with the mic, we do have an employee here who is the specialist here, so let's leave it up to him to go ahead and do that. Do we have any other students in our school district here to speak? Thank you. Next, let's welcome Lupita Jimenez.
So shame on, oh, can I? Okay. Hello, good evening. Gina Kwok, Vice President, Madam Clerk, Member Jeffrey De La Torre, Mr. Jimenez, and Board and Cabinet and everybody that's here. First of all, I would like to talk about the staff. Can you please stop because Jeffrey wasn't, not, you guys were talking, that's disrespectful. Can you go back 10 seconds, please? Because Jean,
Go ahead.
they were having a side conversation. That's unprofessional. That's not. I don't do it to you guys. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Sorry, sir.
Please proceed.
Of a staff retaliation, when someone reports something, I thought it was see something, say something, not retaliation. And you guys also know what I'm talking about in the emails. So, you know, it's sad that not only, but CSCA staff is seeing it, parents, community members are getting retaliated. And I told Mr. De La Torre today about retaliation that, you know, that's been happening to me, or about reporting stuff. I also had a question. How about if the also a culinary program brings and sells food here? So when you guys go back to closed session, they can sell food to us, and that's another way for the district to make some kind of money. You know, instead of us going to go buy food around these little shop, mama papa shops, we could bring revenue money back to our district. Couple of dollars here and there might not hurt, you know, you guys. There's also some people that are in GLAC and ELAC and all that are not even parents of the district, and they're on that community. That's not right. That should be only exclusively for parents and not for community members or people who think that because they went there in the past, should still be on there. You guys should look into that, and I'll email you guys who I'm talking about. Hold on. Also, when I tried calling the district, and I'll show you guys the screenshots. I tried calling the district on Friday at 2:48. No one answer me. I called the school police regarding issues that I sent to the board. No one responded. I did 2 calls to the school police. No one responded to me. One was a 1 minute long phone call, ringing and ringing. That should not have happened. Another one was 8 seconds. Another one was like 45 seconds that I called the front office here. No one responded. And I'll send you guys screenshots. So when I report something, I don't lie. I don't make up stories. Also, how come you guys allowing gates to be wide open, going on, someone saying, oh, it's because the parents are going in and out? No, we don't know in these schools what's going on, even it's 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, all that's going on. And also, who's getting that money that field's being rented out? What's that money being used for? You're complaining about we don't have enough funds, this and that and the other, but you guys are loaning out fields, and where's that money? Where's that money going to? Who's utilizing that money? Is it going back to the students? Is it going back to the district? Also, I asked for an audit that somebody said that I was lying about food giving away and stuff like that. If you guys think I'm lying, I contest you guys to take me to court, and I'll testify under perjury that I'm not lying, that person is lying, that they did an audit. That audit is a lie. I want to see proofs of that audit. I'm asking for a report because I don't mind going to court. Like, I don't care. I will go and I will testify under perjury that I'm not lying. That stuff was, from that one site. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's welcome Vincent Delatorre.
Good evening, board members and members of the community. I wanted to speak specifically about continuing the relationship with Youth Cinema Project within our school district. I wanted to share with the community some of the highlights from this past year. This year, our incredible students created 2 short films that premiered on the big screen at the Chinese Theater in Hollywood as part of the Los Angeles Latino International Film Festival. Not only did our students get the chance to see their films on the big screen, we also had 2 of our students be nominated for Best Actor and 1 of our films be nominated for Best Film. I can't stress enough how big of a deal this was. Our kids were competing against schools from all over California. We had 3 students from La Puente who were selected to participate in the YCP alumni program, and I believe there was 1 student from Workman as well. These students got to work on a higher budget short film at the Universal Studios backlot and work directly and learn from leading industry professionals. Every single student who participates in the program is connected to a network of filmmakers and will always be notified about opportunities to apply for or audition for roles as long as they would like. I have several of my students who have found their passion in life through this program, mainly because it dismantles one of the biggest barriers to breaking into the industry, which is connecting with professionals and getting the chance to show what our students are capable of. Meeting with so many of the YCP staff, it became clear to me that Hacienda La Puente has made an impression. Multiple staff members mentioned to me that the 2024 YCP class was robbed and that their movie was so memorable. And this year, the same effect. Our kids shine in this program. They make an impression. It unlocks pathways that they didn't even know was possible. I now have former students enrolled in college film programs, and I cannot be more proud of them. Thank you so much for creating this opportunity within the school district. It changed their lives, and I hope it continues to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to welcome Amelia Valencia.
Good evening. I come before you tonight not only as a concerned mother, but as a voice of a child and all the children in your school district that you have failed. I'm here to hold up a mirror to the reality that many in this room choose to ignore. You need to hire better staff, provide better training, hold staff accountable, and follow district protocol. My daughter is a 6th grader who was attending Orange Grove Middle School. From the moment she entered the doors, she quickly became a victim of bullying. She was bullied and harassed by her peers, even body shamed and humiliated by a teacher at one point. a teacher whose job is to educate and protect her. There were emailed reports to the principal, who always seemed to shift blame onto others. Written statements were made without informing parents about the incidents, and multiple attempts for the counselor to support during school hours. But no one helped. No one took responsibility, no one acted, no one followed up. They shifted blame, pointing fingers against each other, and blamed everyone but themselves. They offered apologies without actions and allowed my daughter to suffer in silence. When her mental health began to collapse to the point where she thought the only solution was self-harm, when concerned students reported this incident to the school counselor, guess what? They still did nothing. No check-ins, no safety plan, no support, despite my countless requests for supportive services during school hours. This isn't just a failure, it's a choice, and it's being covered up with lies and silence. To this day, I'm still being denied full access to documentation, incident reports, meeting notes, anything that might hold someone accountable. Documents that don't exist and suddenly appear like magic. I know what has happened, what went down in the meetings, what was submitted, and I know that the truth is being hidden. You failed your job. You failed to do your job, you failed to follow protocol, and now you're faced with repercussions of negligence, and you blame children for not doing your job. Schools like this often count on parents not knowing their rights. They count on us being too busy, too overwhelmed, or too scared to fight back. They use our jobs, our exhaustion, and our love for our children against us. They know we can't always be in the room or at every meeting. They know some parents are working 2 jobs. They know some of us don't have legal training or access to advocates, and they take advantage of that. They twist facts, they only omit information, they claim policies are being followed while doing the bare minimum or nothing at all. And when a child is being harmed by their failure, they gaslight the families who demand answers. The district had allowed trained professionals to look away while a child was in crisis, and instead of accountability, they gave us excuses. They told me my daughter denied services, as if a 12-year-old in the middle of a mental health crisis is supposed to understand. Oh, thank you.
You can finish your sentence.
Okay. Is supposed to understand paperwork and school procedure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have one more card left. Is there anybody else other than this one card? Seeing none, let's all welcome the one and only Dr. Helene Cunningham.
Have a little prompt. Yes. Good evening, Vice President Kwok, board members, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, cabinet, colleagues, and community. This is my final board meeting before retirement. Today is literally my last day. So I wanted to finish strong and come to the board meeting. I want to take a moment, or 3 minutes that you give, to say thank you. In HLP, I have been given tremendous opportunities for growth and leadership. For the past 11 years, 1/3 of my 33-year career in education, I have broadened my horizons, learned new programs, made friendships to last a lifetime, and worked with diverse CIA teams of excellence. I surrounded myself with teachers, classified staff, and admin who uplift, teach, and support each other. As I step into the next chapter, I look forward to new adventures, slower mornings, and perhaps finally learning a few new hobbies for which I thought I'd never have the time. In retirement, I have the following part-time jobs, mostly from home. I'm going to continue to be an adjunct professor at Concordia University in Irvine in the doctoral program, as well as a dissertation chair and their newest leadership coach. For AXA, I will serve as a state leadership coach for new administrators, and I'm blessed to be the newest member of ALP, Advanced Learning Partnerships, a national consulting firm supporting schools and districts across the country. I not only wish to be a lifelong learner, but also a lifelong leader. Next, I'd like to talk about bells. Bells are significant symbols for cultures and religions. Bells bring spiritual calls, announcements, music, and celebration. When we have new ideas, a proverbial bell goes off in our brains. Bells chime at school to tell us when the day begins and ends. I appreciate traditions, so I'm going to share two with you that include bells. So first from home. During my childhood, Grandma Rosie would ring this cowbell at our soccer games for my brother and me. When she passed, Mom rang it at games and events. When Mom passed, I rang it at our children's games and graduations. It is in their honor that I ring the family bell for retirement. This is the first bell. This is actually Grandma Rosie's bell, so I'm gonna ring it. Okay, that's the first one. Next is from work for my forever colleagues. In 2013, I was named National Distinguished Principal of California. They pick one per year. With all of the NDPs across the country, they announced our names state by state, presenting us with our state bell. What an auspicious moment when they told us to ring the bells all together. It felt magical and humbling, and we knew we were a part of a greater special something. When colleagues, sorry, I'm almost done.
It's okay. Hold on.
Okay, real quick. When colleagues retired in ed
Minute.
services,
Go
we
ahead.
made up a new tradition to ring the bell as a last hurrah. First, it was Mike and Kathy Mead, then Rosa Aldama, then Ellen Park, and now it is my turn. I ring it to signify the positive impact we have all made, the service we have given, the lives for whom we've made a difference. Thank you again for the incredible opportunities. To our HLP family, what a gift it has been to work, play, and learn beside you. Remember, your work is your signature, so sign it with excellence. Thank you kindly, and I'm going to ring the final hurrah.
Thank you very, thank you very much. And thank you for your service to this school district. And with that, we'll take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. tough one.
$106,000.
Can you email it to me?
Okay.
Can you email it to me?
Yes. You ready? It is 9:01 PM. I hereby reconvene the public board meeting. Item number 5, consent items. Action block covers all of the items listed in the consent items category. Is there a motion?
I would like to pull some items.
Well, let's
Okay.
do a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second,
Okay, discussion. Now you can do this. Well, we usually go by order, right? So, Mr. Dillatore, do you have anything?
Yes. 501 Board of Education, A as an apple. 5.04 Business and Operations, A as an apple. 5.04 Business and Operations, F as in Frank.
504F, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
.505 Contracts and Agreements, T as in Tom. 505 Contracts and Agreements, V as in Valentine's.
You said V, right?
V as in Valentine, yeah.
Yeah, V, all right. Okay, that's 5.
Yep.
And so I would remind, we try to get through this to our 10:30, right? So the fewer that we pull, the better. Go ahead. No pressure, Miss Lorera.
0.
Wonderful. Ms. Quinones, no pressure either to you.
Mr. Delatorre pulled some of my items, so I'll put some more. It's 505Q, it's in Queen.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
505U is an umbrella. That was it.
phenomenal. Thank you so much with respect to that. I would like to pull item 505 AC, and that will be all.
AC.
AC, correct. So with those items pulled, we can then, yes, they're asking for a recount. So you want me to call it out? Oh yeah, I'm gonna try to do this. So what I have are 5.01A as an apple, 5.04A as an apple, 5.04F as in Frank, 5.05P as in Peter.
P.
Oh, you said T, not P?
He said a T is in Tom.
Oh, so no P, right?
No P.
Okay. Okay, hold on. 505T. Okay, well, 505T was already done by Mr. Dillatore, right? Okay. Okay, so again, there's no 505P, right? So moving forward, 505T as in Tom, 505U as an umbrella, 505V as in Valentine, and 505AC.
I think you're missing 505Q.
505Q. You sure that was unintentional? Never mind. Okay, 505Q. That is all, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With those being removed to regular, roll call, please.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Ms. Loera,
Yes.
Ms. Quinones,
Yes.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Ms. Serrano is absent.
Motion passes 4-0. Item number 5.01A, Board of Education. Approve and or ratify attendance by board members at conferences, meetings, workshops as listed. Is there a motion?
Make a motion?
Is there a second?
Second?
Discussion.
Yes.
Mr. Delatorre.
Thank you, Board. Under the analysis, it says in accordance with Board Policy 3350, when the cost of attending conferences, meetings, workshops for an individual requires out-of-state travel, authorization is subject to approval by the Board of Education. My question is, why do we need to have a vote for 5.01A when the training is virtual and is within CSBA, which means California?
I think that's a great question. In fact, I think that we should have an exemption on this so that if it's a webinar, it doesn't need to be, in fact, subject to board approval. Anybody else want to weigh in on this? Dr. Menes, what say you?
Yes, and thank you for the comment. And I know the board had expressed interests in including approval for all types of training, and in 602A, you'll see that with respect to board development. And so we had that discussion last time, whether you wanted to get approval for all travel costs, all workshops and conferences or not. But I think you can make the amendment there if you want to do it procedurally. But with respect to this item, we were under the impression that we were just going to start listing all of them moving forward to get into that practice. But if it doesn't require it, since we don't have that board development item yet board approved, we could either use the current language that we have now.
So are
They
you-
don't go to board, all the local ones. It's just the out of state. That's what we have right now in policy, but the minute you approve 602A for revision, and I believe this is the second reading, that would take into effect.
So are you saying that 602A should be amended?
If you want to exclude the webinars, when you
Yeah.
get to that one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
we were
we
just
get to
doing an
that.
anticipation of
Get
it,
to that.
but yeah.
Okay.
I have a question.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Have other board members attended this this particular seminars or trainings and not received board approval?
No, everybody gets approved because it's their local conferences.
No, what I'm saying is the three of us are listed here, but board members that have taken this course previously, were they part of an agenda item?
If I may, this is the first time that this is happening. So the answer, of course, would be no.
The CSBA train,
You're
that we went,
recognized.
I'm sorry, Gino, that we went last year, was that board approved?
But
The
this is an
CSBA
ethic.
No, that's, I'm going to that.
Yes, the
board-
CSBA was not board approved in terms of the board approval because it's in state.
Okay.
We
So those
think
are,
that.
those are just approved, through the superintendent as CEO being able to approve those for in-state travel. And this particular item is the first time that board members are being required to do ethics training.
Okay, well, just for clarification, I took the ethics training at CSBA, so that was part of that.
Yes.
That's why I was
yes,
going towards that.
Yes.
Okay.
But as you recognize, the rules have changed, right? And with respect to this, I actually want to attend one of these, right? And so I actually want to attend the one in September. Yeah, this is mandatory, right? So, so Ms. Lorera had already fulfilled her mandatory, right? Because she's done it. So can I do a friendly amendment to have myself for September? Okay. So then who made the motion? It was Mr. Delatorre? So Mr. Delatorre, would you accept the friendly amendment?
I do.
Thank you. And then Ms. Quinones did the second. Would you accept? Thank you very much. Any further discussion?
Do we need to add the exact date on here, or we could just say the training in September? I don't remember.
August 4th, it says.
No, but
there's one in
Gino-
September.
Yeah.
If you recall, we had three options. In August, I may be on vacation, right? So I don't want to say August 4th, then I can't make it. I know for September. I mean, I could say August 4th or September, right? But I think September is better. So I'll just do September. I think the dates were there. Ms. Reese, I'm very confident we'll find the date. It's in the executive summary, right?
Yes. Yes, it's also in my notes to the board, so I'm just pulling that up.
September 3rd.
Found it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You double check?
Okay.
I just want you to double check the date, make sure I'm not wrong.
Yes, in this document, it says September 3 at 9 a.m. So it's 2.5 hours.
And I verified that is correct.
Yes. Okay, great. Anything you wish for?
Thank you.
Anything else? Roll call, please.
Mr. Delatorre?
Aye.
Ms. Loera?
Yes.
Ms. Quinones?
Yes.
Mr. Quack?
Aye.
Ms. Serrano is absent.
Motion passes 4-0. Item number 504A, business operations. Approve and or ratify current year expenditures and purchase orders for the period ending May 21, 2025 for the various accounting funds. May I have a motion?
Make a motion?
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion, Mr. Delatorre?
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of POs that I would like to bring forth. Hopefully, I did provide our superintendent with
A heads up?
a heads up. So
Great.
hopefully, yeah, it will go quick. Um,
One can only
The
hope.
first one, it's regarding PO 1-25000000. I think they're like 60785. Behavioral, emotional, academic, mental is $1,450,000. If you can provide me with a little bit more information on that.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. De La Torre, for seeking clarification for this particular purchase order. So the cost is for our instructional aides in special education and board certified behavior analysts. So currently, we contract with this company because we have vacancies. And so we are trying to do our best, our due diligence, to meet our students' IEPs that require that level of support. So we want to make sure that we do have the resources so that we are in compliance of our students' IEPs. So this is to help support us since we have vacancies that we have been challenged to hire.
Thank you. Next one, PO 2W-25603192. Red Wave Communications NPR sound system for Wedgeworth for $27,826. Is this an extra cost after building a brand new school?
Thank you for the question, Mr. De La Torre. So with respect to sound systems in our schools, we have never paid for our schools to have sound systems. And so that typically has been the responsibility of the school sites. Some of our schools have purchased a sound system recently with AB 181 arts funds. And with respect to Wedgeworth, this actually was a combination of some sites funds and some donations funds that they had. And so they secured those funds to be able to make that purchase for Wedgeworth.
Thank you. Next one, PO 2W-25 I believe it's 603202. Williams Tree Service, La Puente High School tree trimming for $56,400. My question is, can we use our district gardeners or groundkeepers for this work? We have the machinery, tools, and staff.
Yes, thank you for that question. So we do use our gardeners and groundskeepers for low height trees. As you know, much of this work are for these huge, big trees that we have on many of our campuses. And this particular one is for La Puente High School. We have those really tall trees that we don't have those equipments, those big, huge, giant baskets. I'm not sure if that's the correct term, but we don't have that kind of equipment to have our team go up there. And also it is a great risk. I mean, if we did have that, for have our employees to be up so high up there to cut the trees. So that is contracted out for our employee safety and also because we don't have the proper equipment.
Thank you. PO 2W-25, United UATP program, travel, speech, and debate. $31,627.72. Does this include travel accommodations for students and chaperones or just the executive director?
So for this particular item with the UATP program, travel, speech, and debate, this is just for the travel costs only for like the flights. And so that's what that includes.
Flights, thank you. PO2 W25, Registrar, Recorder, County Clerk, General Election, $87,736.09. If you don't mind telling me what this cost is for, is this for term limits for school board members? I know I have brought it up. I don't know. I would like to know.
Yes.
There's nothing coming up in elections that I'm aware of. So
Right.
why is this extra cost?
Yes, thank you for that question. So this particular item is to pay for this past election that was held on November 2024. So we get the bill from the county to pay for that election. As you know, we had 2 board member positions open, and so this is to pay for that election. In years when we have 3 board members, in 2 years, we will have 3 board members up for reelection. That cost will be a little bit higher because now it's 3 board members. So this does not include at all the cost of doing like a special election or anything like that. I know we've done board inquiries on that to address that particular issue. So this is solely to pay the bill.
Thank you. PO2W, Music and Arts, band order for La Puente High School, $113,017.13. I did see, I believe there's like 7 items. Each one is like $9,000. I don't know, I'm not a music person, but that seems like a lot of money for one instrument. If somebody can maybe give me a little bit of a description, what's so special about these instruments, I would really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for that question. So this particular item was the previous item that was brought before the board, and I know the board had a very in-depth conversation with respect to what it included. So we were able to provide that information with respect what was it that was purchased with it. So I do have that information even here before me. So I'll just go right through. And so for one of the items, it's a salsaphone, and we purchased 7 of those, and the unit price $9,414.94. So they are very expensive, and the total price for that was the $65,904.58. There was also a medium to large tuba, B, and CC tubas. There was a purchase of 6 of those at a unit price of $344. And please note that for both of these, we had a discount. So for this item, there was a 12% discount. And for the aforementioned item with the salsaphones, there was a 35% discount. And for these tubas, 6 of them were purchased at a total price for these 6 tubas, $2,064.72. We also purchased a Yamaha baritone, a silver baritone for the marching band. It's a marching band series. There was a discount provided to us at 39% discount. The unit price ended up being reduced to $2,701.22. 8 of those were purchased for a total price for those baritones of $21,609.76. And the final item that was purchased was a Yamaha Mellophone silver color with a 39% discount provided, unit price $1,947.56, and 7 of these were purchased at a total cost of $13,632.92 for a total price, which is listed here on the purchase order, $113,017 or $17, and I believe the actual invoice says 12 cents.
Thank you. I know discounts. I don't know. I'm trying to put windows on my home. 4 or 5 windows. Oh, $30,000, but they'll give you an educator discount, and I mean, it's expensive. But anyway, thank you for giving me that information. PO3W, RA Jones Educational Solutions View Board for Orange Grove for $35,220. I don't know. I went online. I saw the view boards because I'm like, what's so special about this board that we're paying $35,000? I saw one for $4,687. So what is the quantity that we're purchasing? Is it just one and we're paying $35,000, or can you give me a little bit more information on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Torres. So we purchased 13 of them for a unit cost that includes tax and shipping of $2,709 per view board. And there is no installation cost with these because these are the kind of ones that are on a cart. So that was the unit price with the purchase of 13 of them.
PO2W, please be patient. I'm trying to go as fast as I can, but I do want the community to know. Best contracting service roofing for Baldwin, Grazide, and La Puente High School for $3,701,433.64. I guess I wanted to know how many buildings, classrooms will be serviced. Can we negotiate the price? Can we utilize our district maintenance facility staff to repair some of these rooftops? I don't know. I'd rather spend $3.7 million on our staff than give it to a company. But my understanding comes with insurance and so forth. But
Yes, and
I'm going to interlineate a question. So did this go through our RFP process?
yes, yes.
All right, thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Torre, for the question. So yes, this did go through the RFP bidding process, and Best Contracting was the lowest responsive bidder. And therefore, we cannot negotiate the price because it's already the lowest price as going through the bidding process. And with respect to whether our facilities people can do this, they cannot do this type of work because they are not roofers. We don't have a job classification where we have roofing people that have that skill and ability. So it's not a position that's in our classification. With respect to how many buildings or classrooms will be serviced with each of these schools, I don't have those numbers. I'm not sure if Mr. Chowdhury, you have that, or if you can please elaborate whether it's the whole school, several buildings, to provide clarity on that. Thank you.
I don't have the information specific, but it's usually building by building. So these are typically, we go in phases and we address the buildings with the oldest roof or where we have active roof leaks.
is it for the whole school campus?
No,
No, just some rooms, whatever needs to be repaired.
that's right.
3.7 million.
So we have a schedule of buildings where we know when was the last roof maintenance done. So we go with that schedule.
So if I may, this is part of our deferred maintenance, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Continue.
Yes, and that's the only other piece I was going to point out, that I do recall about a year ago, we had a lot of rain and we had a lot of roofs leaking, classrooms getting wet. And I remember at that time there was interest with the board, getting us to, try to get these repaired. And we shared with the board, there is a plan for deferred maintenance to try to get all of the roofing done over time, because obviously it is expensive, as you can see, that we're not going to get it done all in 1 year. So we have to do it on a time schedule as a way to get to all of those roofs at our schools. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness gracious. The other thing I did want to add, which goes without saying, is that no matter whatever the instrument is, there's got to be maintenance and there's got to be taking care of the instruments, right? And also their useful life. Take it from somebody that has bought many instruments, alto saxes, tenor saxes, and oboes, right? But I'm sure, and I want to recognize our band director that's here from La Puente. Thank you for being here very much. Nobody cares more about their band than this band director with La Puente. Anything else? Ms. Quinones.
In reference to La Puente High School instruments, we are supportive of the school, 100%. One of the things that came out of that executive summary is that there's a lot of instruments that are out of order and not working condition. So how can we as a board, because there was a lot of instruments, how can we as a board make sure that those instruments are fixed so that they can be utilized not only by La Puente High School, but maybe other schools?
Dr. Menace?
Yes, thank you for the comment. I'm not sure if there's a real in-depth question or answer here, but we'll give it our best try. So I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Isaiah to talk about how to best repair our instruments to ensure that we're able to maximize their use and use them across our district.
Sorry, can you let the community know how many instruments are out of order? Because I was very shocked. It was surprisingly high.
Yes, with that, I may not have the exact number, but I'm going to defer to Dr. Isaiah. And if we don't have that figure here, we can get that information and then provide an update at the next board meeting and share out. Dr. Isaiah.
Thank you. Yes, we would need to get that information as far as quantity. But there's a process, and we contract with people who can repair them. So Dr. Shekel, can you share a little more about the process?
Thank you, Dr. Isaiah. Good evening, everyone. Actually, Mr. Marshall was able to whisper in my ear, it's 84 instruments that are out of repair at La Puente High School. So if, as part of our strategic arts plan, our 5-year strategic arts plan, we are working together as a team to develop an instrument repair and replacement plan. So it's something that is coming down the pike, but right now we don't have a formal way. So our band directors generally will send things out for repair and then ask their principals to use their funds to cover any repairs. So that's where we are now.
Anything else? Seeing none. Roll call.
Mr. Delatour?
Aye.
Ms. Loetta?
Yes.
Ms. Quinones?
Yes.
Mr. Quack?
Aye.
Ms. Serrano's not present.
Motion passes 4-0. Very, very pleased. Yes. Next, 5.04F, Business and Operations. Approve Head Start budget revision for the 2024-25 school year for an amount not to exceed $300,000. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I know we've talked about this before. I know it's a big ticket item for vehicles. I do think we do have vehicles, transportation. I don't know if somebody can answer the question that we could utilize in the meantime. I do think purchasing, I know we're trying to go to the future, electric vehicles and all that, but it does come at a high price. $300,000, for two vehicles, it seems a little bit too much.
Thank you, Mr. Del Toro, for that. And so I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Isaiah, who will take this on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. And this was an item that needed more details, if you recall, a few meetings ago. And so Miss Abigail and her team worked together to give us a better breakdown. And Miss Abigail, can you share more information with us, please?
Thank you, Board. Thank you, Dr. Jimenez, for the question. With regards to the vehicles, electric vehicles, we are looking at not the full 300,000, it is 150,000. So we did take the recommendation from the last board meeting when we did discuss this item, where we looked at 2 vehicles, 2 electric vehicles. And what we did look at is the quote where it is, we're piggybacking under the Sourcewell contract through National Auto Fleet Group. So they're giving us the lowest price. And this vehicle is really the least expensive base package that we have. I spoke to the representative over at the National Auto Fleet Group. And so they're giving us a good deal with regards to the 2 vehicles. So it is the base price. It's not the most, it's a Pro. That's what we're looking at. It's not the Flash, which has more, I would say more bells and whistles. This one is a very basic model.
And this will be paying cash, right? Or like, let's say upfront, we don't need to do like, pay, within 5 years. Stop. Thank you. Like I would do, because I can afford,
It will be through the carryover money of Head Start. So yes, so it's, we will be funding those 2 vehicles for that. And then with the charging station, I already reached out to maintenance, and they have a charging station that's really less than $1,000 that they can install. So I spoke to Mr. Chris Marquez, which stated that that he has a 6 to 9 foot reach to the wall that they're able to charge, just similar to what we have here in the district.
Okay, so it would be at the Head Start?
It would be at,
Fire
it
or-
would be housed at the SSC, correct?
Okay.
And so they already looked at the electric work, and so they're able to do that.
Just a reminder, if I may, for the board, this was we had an issue before where the custodian was using their own truck. If you recall, they were using their own truck to pick up the the trash from each of the sites as they went from site to site cleaning the Head Start classrooms. So that was something I know myself and Ms. Lara, I think we were at a school site and we met the gentleman at that time that was doing that. That's how we found out that we had a need because he was using his own personal vehicle and getting, was reimbursed for mileage, doing it all in that manner. But we want to make sure that if they are providing a service in our district, that they're using district vehicles.
So is that driver now going to be driving one of these?
I would
Assuming
imagine
it
so.
passes.
Mr. Ray Chowdhury, I know that's kind of your camp with respect to the drivers. So if you can clarify whether that driver, that person will be using one of those trucks or somebody else.
Is the custodian for Head Start. So this is a specific person who is just doing cleaning up for the custodian for the Head Start classroom. So this person is going to drive this truck.
That's going to be very cool. Anything else, Mr. De La Torre?
Just real quick, and this vehicle could be used for other sites if they need it? It's not just allocated for that site? Or can it be used for, let's say we're having graduations and they need somebody to use these trucks to move tables or chairs?
So it's my understanding, and Ms. Abigail could correct us, but since it's Head Start funding being used, it has to be specific for Head Start actions and purposes. So we have to be very careful on that we don't use it for other uses that is not covered by the Head Start program. So
And
Ms.
it would-
Abigail, is that?
That is correct.
But it would be two vehicles at the Head Start? We can just get one truck, one pickup truck?
We actually have a vacancy for a custodian for the evening. So Mr. Castro, our custodian right now is actually doing the morning shift as well as the evening shift.
They can't just use the same vehicle? I don't understand. One in the
They-
morning, one in the evening? I mean, it's same vehicle, you just need to charge it. It's not like they're gonna be driving around all
Could be,
day, right?
but their hours could also overlap as well. So where they would need that.
I'm okay with one vehicle, two, no.
Mr. Ray Chowdhury, I know you wanted to chime in on this.
Yeah, so the shift of the custodians overlap. So the morning custodian right now who is working in both the shifts, the morning custodian works usually from 7 to 3 to 30, but the afternoon custodian starts at about 1 o'clock. So they have to have their own trucks. Right now, all custodians, all trade person, they have their own truck. So it's customary that they drive a district truck. Otherwise, and the thing about Head Start is they're on different sites. So they go from one site to another, picking up custodial, that's why they drive. So that's the issue. If it was the same site, yeah, we could have done with one truck. It's the function is that they have to drive from one site to another site throughout the day. And the same does for the evening custodian.
All right, so for the sake of time,
I
because one
understand
of
what you're
the- I'm gonna actually gonna help you on this one, okay? What truck are they using now?
They're using he's using his own truck.
Other than that one, are you because it sounds like we have at least two trucks need, right? Because it overlap, or three?
We need two trucks because there are two custodian positions.
No, but right now, all right,
We have only one custodian and he's using his own
own
truck.
truck.
Is that
We-
the other
There's a
person, right?
vacancy.
I'm okay, like I said, and then I hope you're welcome to vote whatever you want, but I'm okay with one vehicle. And,
So-
they could share it. If not, then, you know where my vote's going.
So in order to close this thing, real quick, I've seen the hands, all right? So you don't have to be concerned about that. Is there another truck that the district has that can be used here?
Mr. Ray Chowdhury is saying no.
No, we don't have any extra truck.
Okay,
But I see trucks dropping off my mail. I see it. I mean, you mean to tell me that they're used all day long? It's hard for me to believe. I drive by next to La Puente. There's vehicles parked there. There are pickup trucks. There's vans. I mean, it's like, come on.
if I may, this is a categorical expense of Head Start, right? So even if there are other trucks there, that could be an issue. Ms. Quinones?
I think earlier today in the public comments, there were some concerns about how we utilize these funds. So this is definitely a need and not a want, first. Second, can you address the public comment indicating that these funds could be used for something else necessary for staff?
Go ahead, Ms. Abigail.
So with this truck, the electric trucks, they also would be utilized too if we go to professional development. Say, for example, I know with professional developments, it's, it's cost savings if we go nearby. So we can use this vehicle too as well. So it will be utilized also for our staff if needed. And then with the custodian, they're also using this truck. I know there's a vacancy that is being, still needs to be filled. With regards to this one here with Head Start, we had mentioned before, it is also marketing. We're promoting our program because Mr. Castro, who is our custodian, drives, drives right now currently drives his personal vehicle, but then he's advertising to the community our Head Start program.
So it is a necessity to buy two vehicles, one, and two, could these funds be used for something other than purchasing cars? Is there for staffing, for anything else? As the commentator earlier mentioned that there was other needs with the staff.
So the staffing, I just wanted to clarify, with Head Start funds, that's specific, we have staffing for specific Head Start classrooms. We also have another program that is California State preschool program, and that we have funding that is separate from Head Start that we cannot combine. Where we're combining the funds, we're like using, for example, CSPP funds to fund the Head Start. It has to be specifically used for Head Start. Our coordinator, Cynthia Guerra, did reach out to the Office of Head Start, getting their recommendation with regards to these vehicles. And there is a need, and they did approve it. And so we're using the carryover money for this. And so with the staffing, we do have staffing in place. It's not going to affect the staffing. We are not eliminating any positions at this point. In fact, we are just supporting in terms of with our custodial support. We want to make sure that Mr. Castro has a vehicle he can drive. And then also we have an extra vehicle in the event where we have to charge another vehicle with a charging station. That could be another situation, as well as with the overlap of time.
And if I may just share, there's an additional part to this item.
Yeah.
So 173,000 of that, 300,000 is for classroom equipment. So there's classroom equipment, interactive boards that will be going to a number of sites.
I am aware, yeah, thank you. I know for this vehicle, is a double cab, I see Pro Lightning, 4-wheel drive, Super Cab, 5.5 box.
It has there's 4 full-size doors, so it's a crew of 5 people that it could hold.
Okay.
So then they also gave a discount too of 2.177%. So this is probably, I would say, the base model, but we're getting a good deal with regards to having 2 vehicles, 2 electric vehicles.
I'm trying to think, you said for transporting, can we use maybe a minivan? More people could sit in there, it could be utilized for other events, parents.
It is difficult, and we also reached out to Mr. Castro because he's the one who is actually, driving, like to different sites, and he does need a bed, an open bed where he can also transport furniture that is needed to go from one classroom to another. Especially like, for example, our satellite sites where we are now phasing into transitioning to the sites where they're going to go this coming year.
Okay, thank you. It has come to my attention that I guess the custodian has been vacant for 15 years. And Abigail been at me with CSEA regarding the truck issues. Can you elaborate a little bit more? Because I know maybe the association needs to know.
Can you repeat the question, Mr. De La Torre? Sorry.
The trucks, I don't know. From my understanding, trucks are not supposed to be used to transport people, right?
They could be there. They have so there are 2 reasons or 2 rationales where they can transport. If we go to the conferences, they can also transport our staff members, and then our custodians where they do the work. So it could be a dual, I would say a dual task or
Dual functionality.
dual functionality. Thank you, Mr. Kwok.
Thank you. I'm okay with one vehicle, but
Well, the issue is that they actually spoke to Head Start, and Head Start said that they actually needed the vehicle. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Laura?
Yeah, I'm not okay with any of our staff members driving their own vehicle, just for safety, liability issues. So if we're gonna have two custodians, we need two trucks. I don't want any staff members driving their own vehicles.
I think that goes without saying. Anything else? Okay, roll call.
Mr. Delatorre,
no?
Mrs. Loera,
Yes.
Ms. Quinones,
Yes.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Ms. Serrano's absent.
Yes, motion passes 3-1. 3-4, one against. Thank you very much. And by the way, I would ask that everybody's cell phone be silent with notifications. We're at Q, right? Next one, 5.05Q. Contracts and agreements. Approved to renew agreement between Hudson La Puente Unified School District and Hanover Research for research capabilities and project production services from July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2028, for an amount not to exceed $99,999. May I have a motion? I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Discussion.
Yes. Since I pulled it, I better say
Yes,
something,
you
right?
should.
Okay, I was reading this, I was thinking, don't we have a team that comes up with stats and maybe we can utilize our team to help us with this since we have staff in place already that are subject matter experts in pulling some data and research. And that'll save us almost $100,000.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you,
Dr.
Ms.
Dennis.
Quinones, and thank you, Mr. Kwok. Thank you, Ms. Quinones, for the question. So unfortunately, in our district, we do not have any data statisticians. We do not have a position in our district. While we may have a Department of Data Research and Evaluation, obviously it's a small, little, tiny department with a director, and there are some TOSAs, but the TOSAs that are in those positions, they're not experts. They're practitioners. So it's a little difference, obviously, between an expert and a practitioner. So with this particular item, we've been working with Hanover Research, I don't know, probably close to 7 years or so. I mean, they've been providing all of our LCAP analysis and very in-depth analysis that our team does not have the capacity to do this type of work. And so this is large data sets that they deal with, and they're using data analysis type programs that they use. I mean, a lot of this reminds me of work that I did in my doctoral program with data analysis and statistics. But they provide all of that, and they provide a lot of the qualitative analysis as well that I know we don't have that capacity to do it in that manner. So I know I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Isaiah if you want to add anything more with this particular item, but I do know we did have an executive summary, an in-depth comprehensive executive summary report that went to the board that provided all of the LCAP analytics so that you could see, I think it was like a 50, 60-page document, very comprehensive. And that is something that our team cannot produce. And so that needs to be contracted out. So I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Isaiah if you want to add any additional comments to that regard. Thank you.
For the question. And you did a great job,
Oh,
Dr. Jimenez. So the quantitative and qualitative data piece, the development of the LCAP survey, the analysis of the feedback, the LCAP focus groups. So because it does entail the work of a statistician, it is difficult for us, our division, or anyone in our division to be able to do that targeted work that can give us some really good information and insight for the LCAP. And part of the work of the LCAP is to be able to do this kind of research, to pull that kind of information and research and embed it in the development and writing of the LCAP.
Thank you for that answer. I think one of my concerns is when I was reviewing the LCAP, I was looking at the participation rates by parents and by teachers, and it was rather low. So I know that Dr. Jimenez and I had a conversation about how can this company, if we choose to contract them again, how can they help us bring those numbers up? Because if you look at the overall percentage, I think it was something like 38% percentage in participation. And for such an important report, I would hope that we would get at least 65% participation rate. So I think that we need to speak with this company, should we choose to contract them, and see what they can do so that we can get better participation, and therefore the LCAP could be a much better report than what it is today.
Thank you, Ms. Quinones, for that comment. With respect to that particular number, it's about a third in terms of the response. That's enough in the data world to be able to make inferences from the data. I mean, that's by far way above what's expected to have validity and reliability in the data, that one can say this is an accurate assessment that was done to gather the data, and actually it's reliable as well. So those are the kind of things that this company does. With respect to the engagement, I agree. Like, we need to have higher parent participation. We need to have higher student participation. So with this one, it's more the responsibility of everybody here with respect to our administrators, our executive cabinet, superintendent, to be able to pursue and push those engagements, because we do post several times the engagement survey requests. I mean, we do it several times. You know, we have all of the announcements that are done several times, reminding the parents to take the survey. The schools do it as well. But I know you and I talked about incentivizing this so that there is better participation with respect to providing some kind of a either awards to schools. I mean, it doesn't have to be monetary, you know, like they get a pizza party or they get this, they get that, but it could even be where they get an award for having like the highest rate by grade levels, by schools. So I think if the team is provided that opportunity to continue working with Hanover Research, that could be done. But with this respect, it's not really on Hanover Research then. It's more or less on our end, and also on our PR company to help us with that engagement, because they do push. They do post those out. You do see it on social media. But I know one of the things in speaking with our PR firm about this type of work and getting the information out there is changing up the work plan so there could be more engagement, and using other platforms that maybe attract students, like TikTok, for example, being able to do a TikTok and making it cool that kids could fill out this survey and things like that, because we know that information will get out there. So, you know, I agree, we need to do a better job.
Is there a way, is there a way of, I know that some companies, they break it down even to the department level, like how many employees have participated in a particular department. And then they reach out to that department head and said, what's going on? Let's get on it. Let's get this.
Yeah.
Do they have a report that breaks it down to the school side and even the classroom? And
Yes.
then maybe we can do something about it?
Yes. They do all have that, you know, and they also integrate. I know we have a Qualtrics expert in the room sitting in the back, Miss Joanne Chan, but she, I know, has shared with me too that they utilize Qualtrics as well, and that's how they're able to integrate and utilize the data. So I think that easily could be done to get information, because as soon as they start taking the survey, you can already see, you know, who's filling it out, where we have gaps, where we have the need to encourage them to complete the survey, because if it's about 3,000 people that take it, I mean, we have about anywhere from 7,000 to 8,000 families in our districts, and then employees. You count the employees in, that's, you know, a lot more. You know, and then you count the number of students. But not all grades take it. It's middle school. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Isaiah. Is it a sixth grade and above, or fifth grade? Sixth, yeah, sixth grade and above.
Yes, sixth grade
And
and
so
above.
if you take the number of students, we have some sixth grade and above, that would show you what truly is the potential of having more students do it. So we're going to come up with ways on how to get more teachers to do it, you know, in their classroom, have the kids take the survey and get it done. So
Okay,
thank you
so
for that.
So I'm doing a time check. We're at 9:51. okay? And we're not even done with the consent agenda items, and we still have 4 more of that before we even get to policy 6 and then administrative 7. All right? So let's keep that in mind and let's be considerate. Ms. Laura?
I know I've discussed this with Dr. Jimenez too about the surveys going out. If they're going out to students, I think there needs to be made time with letting our administrators know. We want our students to take this. Please have them take it, have our students take it. That's part of, and having that as a directive to the principals. Because I do know it's at 33% for validity. However, we have many different areas that are very different across our district. So I want to make sure all of our areas are included in that survey. I know last year, I know students from Workman really took that one of the surveys, a high percentage, but the rest of the high schools did it. So, and every high school that we talked about is very different too. So I want to make sure we have a great sample from all of our high schools, all of our middle schools, and our 6th graders from the middle schools too, from 6th to high school. I want a good sample across the district.
So if I may, very quickly, is that this is very complicated work because they're not only procuring the data, but they also have to analyze the data. And it's very difficult because sometimes you get a set of data, but it's not accurate, right? That's another issue, right? And then there should be context, which is, I don't know what the rate usually is in other school districts, right? So there's something with respect to that. I do like the idea of doing some sort of incentive because when we do ADA, we give them incentives with respect to that, right? Come to class day, right? Because that's what, like the November sweeps they used to have, right? But I think you get the idea, right? This is important, and it's very difficult work on both sides. Anything else? Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Mr. Delatorre?
Aye.
Ms. Loera is not present. Thank you. Ms. Quinones?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Ms. Sedano is not present.
Thank you very much. It passes 4-0. Next item, 5.05T, contracts and agreements. Approved to renew agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and the Latino Film Institute Youth Cinema Project to provide a film program for district students from July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026 for an amount not to exceed $173,734. Let me repeat that, $173,734. Is there a motion?
Make a motion?
Is there a second?
Second?
Yes.
Discussion.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank,
Your name.
YCP, or whoever negotiated, to give us a discount for our district. I think it's huge. I know the kids really enjoy it. I talked to some parents, students, and, but I would like to see an exit plan in the near future. We would like to do it. I would like to see it in-house. I know their quality is good. Like I said, I've mentioned it many times. It's a great program, but it comes at a cost. So please, I would like to see how we can do it in-house. Thank you.
Anything else? Ms. Quinones, you can't help yourself. Go ahead.
No, it's serious. It's
I'm
serious.
sure it
We're
is.
talking about $173,734.
Yep.
My question, and this is, I know the answer because we have executive summaries, but this is for the community. How many students are being serviced? And 2, the source of funding. And 3, what are the plans since we're going through difficult times? And what are the plans of having this as offered in the classroom versus contracting out?
Well, do you want to provide that? Because you did a board inquiry on this, right? And it's actually in the board inquiry. You don't have it? Okay.
But all the stuff that I have, the action, I don't have it.
I should have it somewhere. Does anybody have the
Thank
answer
you.
to those questions?
Thank you, Ms. Quinones. And obviously, this is a signature program. So I do want to start off by mentioning that it's one of the signature programs that we place at our high school, because each of our high schools has a signature program. As you are all familiar, at Workman, we have the early college weekend program. We have IB program at Wilson, and we have now aviation at Los Altos that the district supports. And now we have a program at the district supports at La Puente High School. So each of our high schools has that signature program. With respect to this program and the La Puente Quad, we built out a film pathway because of the value that it provides to our students. So with respect to students served, we have the students that are served at California Elementary. You know, there's a class there, and so that's about 30 students that are serviced in that program that take it during that time. And you also have students that are served at the middle school with California, and I think the numbers there is a lot higher. And also the students that are served in the following years when they go to La Puente High School, it is a course that we work with Ron Espirito to embed even within the ethnic studies component into the Youth Cinema Project program. So we work with the Latino Film Institute to allow some flexibility to get those components in. And so what La Puente High School has is a really unique program because the students who take the film program there get their ethnic studies requirement done. And so with this particular program, obviously it is a signature program that is changing a lot of lives and transforming a lot of our students and providing those stories. And this program is different from what we had. You know, we had brought the one with the summer, and that's the one that was open to all kids in the district. But for this particular program, all of those students are served. Now, with respect to the funding source, the way we launched the program was from the general fund. And one thing the state has done is that they really are holding school districts accountable for using their supplemental concentration dollars. And that's really hard for districts. And I know even in our school district for our schools have had challenges trying to spend down their supplemental concentration dollars. One thing that has changed with that funding component within the general fund is that in the past, any dollars that were saved from supplemental concentration dollars, the following year they went back to the regular main general fund. The state closed that. If you want to call it a loophole, call it a loophole, but the state closed that because those funds that are part of the general fund for supplemental concentration must be used for students to meet their academic needs. And so it's very specific as to what we're using. I know this question wasn't asked, but I want to address the question whether, well, why can't we use Prop 28 funds? Why can't we use other funding sources and not the general fund? And the reason is that this is a program that already exists. So if we utilize all of a sudden, let's say put this into Prop 28 funding or any other type of funding, you know, that would be, you know, supplanting. So that's the reason why we can't do it in Prop 28. So we have to keep it in this funding source. Now, if the board wanted to open another film program, like at another site through the same Youth Cinema Project, then that would be considered an expansion, and that you could do, because that you're not supplanting, you're expanding the program. And so Prop 28 is about expansion of services. And so I just want to provide that, you know, overview and the history with respect to the program.
I think my concern is the survey that, you know, when I have another board summary, and there was a survey that went out to the students. And I'm looking at the results from La Puente High School, and they asked the students, what is it that you want in your school? And the answer was patient care, child development, and automotive engineering. So for me, it's important to know what the students really want, what the parents really want, and not a selected few. The reason I was asking about the number of students that you're servicing, the last I heard, it was 80, was it 85 students?
85.
85, and then it was going to be going up to 120. So I think we need to be creative so that we don't touch our general funds and we start using grant money to service this type of programs. And we don't necessarily need to go out to a vendor at a very high cost. We have to find ways to offer these programs with our teachers. They can be trained, teachers can be trained. They're very good at that. So I think we need to start looking outside the box and not immediately spend money. Especially, they give us a discount, it's down to 173,000, but it was,
It was 232.
right.
Yeah.
So we have to start being very responsible with the money we're spending. because we're going to go through a very difficult time, especially next year where we have to think about making cuts. So we have to be extremely, extremely careful and responsible.
So, yes, Ms. Laura?
Okay, getting teachers trained with the Youth Cinema Project, these are people that are in the industry and they many years to learn how to use the cameras and all the equipment. It's skilled. I don't think there's any teacher here that will be able to get to go to any kind of professional development and learn how to use this highly skilled equipment that our students are learning, because the equipment that they're using is the same equipment that they're using in the industry. It is not like watered down for education. It is actual
Specialized.
specialized equipment that they're actually using. So whatever they're using here, they went to, I think, was it Universal, where they went? And to the Universal lot. And they were able to use the same equipment that they had there because they were trained on it here. So there's no way our teachers can teach our students how to use this highly skilled equipment.
All right, Mr. Dillatore,
Real quick,
quick is
I
good.
have seen the elementary, middle school films. It's not like professional. I mean, there's not a lot of editing going on. It's mostly just the kids acting out. So high school, I haven't had the opportunity because you either choose one or the other, and I do think it's possible to do, like I said, those little camcorders. It's possible, and I know we have a lot of talent in our schools, a lot of teachers that would be more than happy to do that, and it would be a cost savings. Thank you.
All right, so, no, we're gonna.
Time check.
Gonna move. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna say something here because I haven't been heard. Here's what has to be stated. It's a signature program, which means it must have gone through SSC, right? The School Site Council, right? To go through that process. Okay, but there's got to be support from the school, right? I mean, to say, hey, this is our signature program, right? So I thought there was also an AI animation aspect of this that we're going to add.
Yes, Mr. Quack, you're correct. They
Okay.
did add that. When I discussed with them the discount and was able to secure that, they threw in the animation AI course that they are creating as well for free.
Okay, so we have that, and not only that, but we actually have a pathway here, right? That goes from elementary to middle to high school. So that cannot be discounted regarding that. And I think the expenditure for a signature program is relatively modest, in that context. I do agree about the LCFF and supplemental concentration. I think that has some merit, right? And we should look at that. But nonetheless, this to me, the way it is now is compelling enough to go ahead and support. Anybody have anything else? Let's move forward. Roll call, please.
Mr. Dillatore,
Yes, and thank you for the discount.
Ms. Laura,
Yes.
Ms. Quinones,
I'm going to abstain on this one.
Mr. Quack,
Aye.
Ms. Serrano's not present.
So it passes 3 in favor with 1 abstention. Next is 505U. Contract agreements approved to renew agreement between San La Puente Unified School District and Conga Kids to provide social and partner dance program to district elementary and middle schools from July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026 for an amount not to exceed $3,895 per class. Do I have a motion? Yes. Second. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Ms. Quinones, you pulled this, right?
Yes, I did.
All right, well, you have the floor.
Okay, this is going to cost us $156,405. And this is coming from LCFF. So again, we have wonderful programs, but are we being financially responsible? And if there's other ways of offering this, can we perhaps expand some of the existing BAPA programs we have? I know we have dance teachers in the BAPA program. So why don't we consider expanding what they already have and do a cost savings of $156,000?
Dr. Menace.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Quinones, for the question. So this particular item for 156,000 and the number of coaches, I don't know if they refer to them as coaches or mentors that they get for all of the schools in the district, for us to replicate this program would be cost prohibitive. Like you're talking about us having to hire a lot more teachers and then have to pay the additional cost for benefits. So this, if you're looking at the price there, at most you could hire a teacher and a half to do that kind of program. And they actually teach all of our fifth grade students in the district. And you can see there the sessions. And so I think this is a program that originally the history of it is it started with a grant that we got with LACO that we were able to implement it in a few schools. Then, of course, parents start asking, why can I have that dance program? My kid is learning ballroom dancing. They're learning the cha-cha-cha. They're learning salsa, merengue, cumbia, and they're learning all of these type of dance types of dances, and they start asking those questions. So then there was interest to expand it. We had the additional funding to expand it, and now for this amount of money, I think it's reasonable in terms of if we were to do this ourselves, it would be a lot more. The 800 parents that were there at the district championship event, like I just couldn't believe the passion and that all of our 800 parents. It was La Puente High School gym. It was completely full with parents, all in the bleachers.
Overflow.
Yeah, I'm not even counting the kids, but yeah. So there's a lot of strong support for this program. It also has the component with respect to supplemental concentration. So being able to look at that because we will get marked down if we're not spending our general fund dollars appropriately to include supplemental concentration
The
because
unduplicated.
that's a thing we have to consider.
Well, we have to consider a lot of things, but
Yes.
I think some of the questions that community members have asked me is, what exactly do the BAPA teachers, dance teachers do?
Yeah.
And then we have this program, and then we have the after-school program where we're spending $15 million.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, we need to really think outside the box. This started with a grant. Now it's not a grant. Now it's coming out of the LCFF funds. So we need to start thinking, are we duplicating efforts? The BAPA teachers, are they able to, what exactly are they teaching? And could they teach some of this?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Quinones, and I'm just going to go ahead and pass it over to Dr. Shackle.
Thank
If
you,
you can
Dr.
explain the difference between the dance that the VAPA teachers provide and what this
Absolutely.
program provides. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Ms. Quinones. So the VAPA teachers do a once a week, 40-minute session, TK through fifth grade at all of our elementary schools. And they're teaching based on a scope and sequence of California VAPA standards in dance. So it's a very specific scope and sequence of lessons and what the students are doing. The Conga Kids program is a partner dance program where they're learning dances of the African diaspora. And that's a 20-week residency program. So our students are learning collaboration, creativity, they're working together, and they're learning all of these historic partner dances.
Is it something that you said is one times a week, 40 minutes? And you can only, the BAPA standards, it doesn't cover any of the partner dance?
Not very much. It's a 6 weeks. That's all that's in of the partner dance that's in the VAPA dance standards.
Thank you. I'll go visit your dance classes so I can learn more about it and see how we can find a way to minimize cost. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Dancing with the Stars. I can see it now. The only other thing I would say is that it literally is 1,131 kids and 800 parents showing up at one. That's actually pretty impressive. I defer to the district's expertise on this. I will also say this, is that Dr. Menace is absolutely right in terms of supplemental concentration, because that amount of money has actually been misspent, and they're going to be cracking down on that, especially considering the very, very austere financial circumstances that we're dealing with, right? So I believe in the district is spending the money that it needs to be spent in this way, and it's actually drawing in kids to actually come. Anything else, Miss Laura if you must.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
If I, maybe the issue is knowing the difference between the LCFF general fund and the supplemental and concentration funds of how each one should and could be used. Maybe we could get some information about that, so that could clear up.
Well, supplemental concentration deals with the unduplicated, right?
But more
Yeah.
information, exactly
Yeah.
what that means. What does that
Okay.
mean? Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Mr. Delatorre?
Aye.
Ms. Loera?
Yes.
Ms. Quinones?
Yes.
Mr. Quack?
Aye.
Ms. Serrano is absent.
Passes 4-0. Thank you very much. Next one, 5.05V. Contracts and agreements approved to renew agreement between San La Puente Unified School District and Advantage Communications, Inc. to provide school year and national speech coaching services to district students from July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026 for an amount not to exceed $506,000. Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to commend our student speakers for their exceptional talents and achievements. Their dedication obviously reflects the strength of our district commitment to fostering public speaking and critical thinking skills. I do have questions. They don't need to answer them, but first one is Advantage Communications involvement. Did Advantage Communications request our students to speak on their behalf during tonight's board meetings? I would like to know. The second one is program participation and costs. How many students are currently participating in speech and debate program across HLPUSD? Additionally, it's important to note that our district successfully operated a speech and debate program prior to COVID-19 pandemic without incurring expenses of $506,000, which is $500,000. I know because my kids participated in elementary, middle school, and high school. Historically, our students from elementary through high school have excelled in competitions across LA and Orange County. I remember we used to go to Buena Park High School where they competed. And obviously we have a lot of gifted students that are gonna succeed. You know, they're just amazing. But I would like to hear other students, their accomplishments. You know, I wanna make sure that their accomplishments demonstrate their effectiveness and is well supported cost efficiently. Again, it's a great program. I'm not gonna deny it, but it does come at a big cost, $500,000. And, you know, it is, you know, something that we need to think about. And yes, by all means, I do want this program to continue, but please don't just think that this happened because Advantage Communications came. Yes, we're paying them $500,000, but there's a lot of talent that you know it comes from you, that teachers were preparing our students. But I do want you to know, you may be gifted, but not everybody, you know, and people might take advantage of that. They might want you to come and speak on their behalf because it's, you know, contracts for them. And so please take that into account. By all means, I know we spend a lot more on legal services, and I'd rather spend this money on students. So I just wanted to let you know this is my point of view. But, you know, obviously, I don't know if anybody else has any other questions, but thank you.
So let me just add a little bit here. The money here, unlike the LCFF supplemental concentration, this actually comes from a grant, the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, right? So it's not coming out of our general fund or LCFF fund. Anybody else want to say anything? Ms. Quinones?
I think that we have to provide some transparency to the parents and the students about how long can we continue offering this program? Because it's not only $506,000. You're talking about travel expenses and other expenses. So if we were to provide the grand total to the parents as to how much money we're spending on this program, and also providing details as far as when this grant goes away, how is this program going to continue? We need to provide transparency as far as looking at other successful programs and see what they're doing. For example, I spoke to the kids from Gabrielino High School, and I asked them, how do they do it? And they say they don't spend this much money. So they actually have other ways of making their program successful. So I think if we truly want to continue this program, we want to be very truthful as to what we can do to continue this program by start making the parents more involved in booster clubs so that you can fundraise for the travel expenses and so on. And also have the former students come and be coaches. Gabrielino High School, they were telling me that their former students do come and they do help them as coaches, so they save a lot of money. So I think for me, it's important that I was hoping that we could table this so that we can bring it back and have more information about the total expenses for the parents and what is it that we can do to make sure this program continues after the money's gone.
Okay. Ms. Laura, I'm sure you want to speak. Go ahead.
Yes, I have a couple questions. Dr. Amos, how many students is there speech and debate across the district?
So servicing students from fifth grade, elementary level, middle school, 6, 7, 8, and high school, 9, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders that were part of it,
Yep.
there's over 600 students. And so when you think about that figure, that's even more than you have the number of students that play football, let's say, and you spend way more than $1 million on football year after year. And so the reason why this program is needed is that it provides those supports for students to be able to have those skills to be successful later, whatever career they choose, whether it's college, military, or whatever they want to do, they have that self-agency to advocate for themselves. And I think you saw that today. So I want to put that in perspective with respect to the cost. And this particular cost has grown because we added additional students. So additional students want the program. And so programs for of this type have coaches that, as you heard the students mention, that have been national champions. They have the formula, they have the recipe for success. So if we're preparing our students to be successful, then you provide them what they need with professional coaches so that they give them the recipe for success and they are able to achieve. So in perspective of the types of programs that we have for students that engage kids, I mean, athletics engages kids, and there's less students in football, let's say, for example, that do this, and we spend a lot more money there. So the point with this is that you need to have programs in our district that meet the needs of all students. Not every student's going to play football or basketball and be in athletics. So this is one program that does that. It brings our students out to be able to express themselves. And as you all know, I know Mr. Kwok has talked about this, all the top colleges in America look for students that have this in their background. And so I just heard earlier, our parent that's sitting here, she came at the break and she told me, just want to let you know, my daughter got into UCSD and a lot had to do with speech and debate because it provided her daughter with those skills that are necessary. So I think in terms of the cost, it's grown because we've expanded the program. And so the funding source that's used, emergency block grant, learning recovery, obviously that's going to expire. And we will come to that point where those decisions have to be made. But at that point, if students are no longer interested in athletics, maybe this may shift. So it's about what students really
But I
express
think
themselves.
it's.
Not done yet.
Okay.
Let me
Yes.
answer my question, because I'm not done yet.
Let's move along. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Ms. Laura.
So, with the learning recovery, this is not just about speaking. Before students are out there speaking and competing, there's a lot of work that goes behind it. The writing, the language, the speech writing, and some of these speeches, the students are actually getting, there's a theme they come up with for whatever speech they're doing. And then they have to pull different items from here and pull it in and combine it to do some amazing writing so before they even speak about it. This is stuff that students are doing with, of course, with help with the mentors, but to teach them how to do these things. And from what I've seen and how they're doing this, it's going to help them with the writing, not just in high school, but in college, because they have to do research first and go look for information and pull all this information together. And some of the vocabulary that I've been seeing, that the things they're reading, these books, articles, they're getting not just information from novels, but from books and magazines and poems, and they're tying a lot of things together in a theme. And for me, for writing, which I know as a teacher, getting students to write and teaching them how to write and combine things and arguments together, it's a very hard thing to do. And I know from speech and debate, many of our teachers have said that this has helped their writing so much, which is one area that I know many of our students struggle with. So yes, like the students said, yes, winning awards is amazing, but it's what they're learning also, which is very, very important. And we're hitting over 600 students, and I know that it's just growing. This is something our parents want. And for the price, for the amount of students that we have, it is, for me, cost effective, and this is what our students want and our parents
All right,
want.
let's move this
Time
on.
check.
I know, it's 10:21. We haven't even finished the last item consent. I know we have 6 and 7, administrative and policy. Go ahead.
Okay. I think,
Be
you know,
mindful.
this is a wonderful program. Nobody's debating that. But I think the fact that we're not being truthful with the parents, that's what I'm concerned about. It's a wonderful program, but can we sustain that program? That is the issue that I have. So I think we need to start thinking as a district, how can we help parents continue with this program? Because all of us agree that it's a great program, but how do you continue with that program?
Thank you very much. And so what I will say is that the assertion that the parents don't know and so forth, that assumes that assumes a fact that is not in evidence. In fact, one of the students said, hey, we went to other schools. They don't pay for this like we do here, right? And also, these kids didn't have to be here because somebody else told them here. These kids are here because they want to be here, right? And you can see that, I can see the passion with respect to that. And thank you, Dr. Jimenez, about the college application. This is not all extracurricular activities are seen the same by college admissions officers. This is one of the better ones, one of the higher ones. And I also would tell you this, Mr. Delatorre is right about other speech programs that we had. In fact, I ran one of them because I did the one for the Lions Club oratorical competition, which I think is the #1 in California. But I would tell you this right now, what they do is different than what Lions Club does. It's completely different, right? So it is different. I've actually seen some of it. So I applaud this. However, I do agree with you with one thing, Madam Clerk, is that we have to talk about what happens when the funding's not going to be there, right? So we're going to have to go ahead and talk about that because we can't just go off a cliff as well, right? But other than that, I think it's a phenomenal program. It's had an impact. And the fact that it's had an impact at such a short period of time tells you how great it is. And we have, not only do we have great kids and so forth, not only do we have champions, we have national champions here. The program speaks for itself. Thank you very much. Let's do a roll call, please.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Ms. Loetta,
Yes.
Ms. Quinones,
Yes.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Ms. Alano is absent.
Motion passes 4-0. Congratulations. Thank you for staying here for that period of time. So, item number 5.05 AC. Contracts and agreements. Approved new agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Sobrato Early Academic Language Program to provide 10 two-day designated and integrated English Language Development Institute professional learning series from July 1.
I'm sorry, Ms. Quinones said something over here, and that's a Brown Act violation, so of how she's gonna vote later on for next year. I don't want to be part of a Brown Act violation.
Okay. I actually,
If you wanted to do the right.
all right, let's stop this, all right? So, all right, come on, let's do this in order here, all right? It's at 10:24. We can make it. I believe in all of you. All right, we can do it. So I may have to read this thing all over again. Item number 5.05 AC, contracts and agreements. Approved new agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Sobrato Early Academic Language Program to provide 10 two-day designated and integrated English Language Development Institute Professional Learning Series from July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2027 for an amount not to exceed $185,000. Do I have a motion? I will move. Is there a second? Discussion. Yes, I pulled it. Just seeing when you guys were listening to this, okay? So, but because of the time constraint, I will tell you that one of my concerns obviously is the absolute amount, right? And we're talking about 10 two-day in terms of the services. And also, this also comes from the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, right? which means it's going to run out, right? And whether or not the program's sustainable. I said all these things because I want to move it along here, all right? So Dr. Menace, you want to just answer those questions?
Yes, and thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Rock, for that. And I will add that it also includes Title III funding as well, that the current situation right now in our federal government, maybe a year out, it will not be there. So I'm going to have Dr. Isaiah just provide an overview with respect to the 2-day training and the cost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will use SEAL to shorten the name. And Mr. Kwok, you are correct. Luckily, this is knowledge, building capacity. So we don't expect that the same teachers will have the same training again. If we look at our data, SBAC data, benchmark data for our emerging multilingual English learner students, there is a need for them to have better support. And that better support happens with that amazing first instruction. And so we want to ensure that our students are getting what they need as English learners. And there are a couple of ways to do this. So we want to build that capacity in our teachers. And we're going to go back to what is the difference? What is ELD? What is integrated or designated ELD? How can you fit that in a classroom? And we know that if we target our younger students, we can get them redesignated and acquiring language and content in a better way much earlier. It's spanning over a couple of years because we don't have the capacity to pull all of our teachers at once. We just have limits with subs, and we're focusing on, I believe, 3rd through 5th the first year. Yes. And then K through 2nd grade in the 2nd year. What else can I say about this?
When is the funding going to run out?
In
this
3
emergency fund?
years,
3 years.
this funding will run out in 3 years, but this cost is just for that 2-year PD plan to target our primary students,
Thank you
our
very much.
primary educators, to support our primary students.
I see no further discussion. Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Mr. Delatorre?
Aye.
Ms. Loera?
Yes.
Ms. Quinones?
Yes.
Mr. Kwok?
Yes.
Ms. Serrano is absent.
Motion passes for nothing. So time check, 10:28. Now we're gonna go to category 6, right? So what do you think? 11 o'clock? 11 o'clock. Lovely. Item number 6.018, first reading of revised board policy 6146.1, high school graduation requirements, just a discussion item. Seeing no discussion. Next. 6.01B, first reading of revised board policy 6173, education for homeless children. Discussion item only. Seeing no discussion. Moving on. 6.02, second reading, approved revised board bylaw 9240, board development. Is there a motion?
Motion?
Yes, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, discussion.
Yes, I know the superintendent mentioned something earlier about this, so do you want to elaborate on this one?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Quinones. So for this particular item, the board had provided during the first reading at our board meeting that you wanted to have all travel costs approved by the board. And so if there's any exceptions you want to do here, you could do it now, because I know there's some questions that have come up, because if there's a training that comes up and it's even within 10 miles, it would require board approval. And if the training is happening next week and we don't have a board meeting till a month later, we won't be able to approve it. I won't be able to approve it because it would be against board policy.
Now.
So this is really hampering you all to attend any types of local training or even in-state training. And so that's the reason why when we talked about it last time, I was trying to make a case for you all not going here, but I know that you wanted to have all travel costs approved. And so
So why don't you make a recommendation? One, I think we would agree that virtual, you don't need approval for that, right? But I would also make the argument for virtual, there are no travel costs. So this wouldn't even be applicable, right? But in order to ensure there's no disagreement later, I would put in virtual, obviously doesn't count here. What else would you recommend other than 10-mile radius? Because I know before you were making the argument for in-state and out-of-state.
Okay, so we don't necessarily have a board policy that talks about the amount of miles that you need to get a hotel for a conference, and we basically have an internal regulation that we use 50 miles. Manoj, correct me if I'm okay. He's saying yes, so we use 50 miles. So I would recommend that if it's really about that of increasing the cost because you got to get a hotel is more than 50 miles, then maybe you want to do something like that where any travel that is more than 50 miles goes to the board, and therefore if you have something that's coming that's next week, it's only 20 miles away or it's 10 miles away or it's here in the city of industry, the luncheon, I have to, if you have that, then I have to go get board approval. So I would recommend something that goes along the lines of 50 miles if you want to keep something for in-state travel.
So,
And the-
will be all travel.
Recognized.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So we could change this to all travel that exceeds 50 miles?
That's what he's advocating.
Yes.
Why not 75, just to make it clear?
Well, if you say 75, but for staff, we're saying 50, then it's different.
Okay with 50.
Okay, so you're gonna be the first one that goes 51 miles, right? I promise you that. That's Carl. That's fine. That's fine. 50. I withdraw I withdraw my comment. All right, 50. Are we okay with 50?
I'm okay with 50.
Are you okay?
I'm not okay with that, and I'll tell you why. I think that there's a difference between mandatory training and, people like me that need to take some mandatory training because it's my first year. I'm trying to be responsible, not take my classes like far away. I'm trying to take it locally, like to Riverside and so on. But I think that if it's not mandatory, I think that 50 miles, and as long as you stay within your budget, because we do have a budget.
I agree. I thought this was all completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
All right, so you're actually sounding more like me on this. All right, that's actually a good thing.
Motion then?
Oh, wait. You cannot do that because we'd have to do a friendly amendment, right? But the problem is that you seconded it, right? Okay, so because the one that made the motion sounds like they would do an amendment to 50 or over 50, right? But it sounds like you wouldn't agree to it as a friendly amendment, right? So what are you advocating for? Are you going to make a distinction between mandatory and non-mandatory? Because I actually would tell you this, I don't know what's mandatory. The only thing mandatory that I know of is the ethics one, right? So what other mandatory would they be? See, my thing is, if it's board training, why would I stop you from doing that? It makes you a better board member, right? I'm all in favor of it. I'm not in favor of this cap here, right? But that was my view on it, right? So to me, the looser we get onto this thing, I'm good with all that, right? So board, we gotta pass this. It's 10:34. We got until 11 o'clock, right? So what do you think, Dr. Menace? You're the superintendent.
Yes, thank you. No, I think the 50 miles would be right in alignment with what current practice and protocol is for our employees. And the other thing I want to remind you about is last time you had this discussion, there was interest, at least by 3 board members, who wanted to exclude AEC from the cost. And I remember Ms. Serrano had said, okay, well, then she started doing the math. If you recall, she asked me what the cost of AEC was, and we provided an estimate. So then she said, well, then that's going to increase the cost by $3,500. So then that's another item that would be brought forth if we're amending that one. So I just wanted to put that back on your radar because it's related to this.
So, Ms. Quinones, this is my suggestion, okay? Is that we agree that the only approval for travel costs would be over 50 miles, okay? And then we'll come back to in the future to address your issue, because I think if I hear this correctly, I agree with you, by the way, right? I also agree with not including AEC. If anything is mandatory, to me, AEC would be mandatory, right? Because it's an entire conference that's done by our own California School Board Association, right, for training, right? So, but we should bring it back in that way. at least this one we can move and lighten it up a little bit, right? And make it, has to be over 50. And then later on, we can bring it back the other areas, right? And just to tell you from direction, I'm with you on this thing. The more it's loose, the better. The more training, the better. As a board, better for the school board members, professional development, better for the board, all right? So with that said, would you take the friendly amendment, at least for this time out, so we can get this thing moving? The travel costs only need to prove it's over 50 miles.
And within your budget?
Well, that's a different item, isn't it? This is just,
Yes, and we would let the board know if you were getting close to going over, so therefore we wouldn't
So-
be able to bring it to the board.
So you are correct, Ms. Quinones. We already have two. It has to be within the budget, and then now it's over 50. So the answer is affirmative. So would you accept the friendly amendment?
Yes.
Fantastic. Roll call.
Mr. Delatorre?
Aye.
Ms. Loera?
yes.
Ms. Quinones?
Yes.
Mr. Quack? Ms.
Yes.
Serrano is absent.
Thank you for all of you to get this thing passed. All right, next.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mr. Buck, I thought that was the vote for the friendly amendment. So now you have to vote on the item
Must
itself?
you do this? Okay.
Yes.
Must you do this? All right, roll call.
Mr. Delatorre?
Aye.
Ms. Loera?
Yes.
Ms. Quinones?
Yes.
Mr. Quack?
Yes, I incorporate by
Serrano.
reference here and what I just said before. Okay, next. 7.01A. Bond project, approve and or ratify current year expenditures and purchase orders for the period ending May 21, 2025 for the various accounting funds for Measure BB bond projects. Is there a motion?
Make a motion?
Thank you. Thank you. Discussion.
Yes. I've noticed real quick, we have a Martin container at Palm, Sierra Vista, Grazit, Sparks, Wing Lane for rental, $10,000 each. Oh, and also Los Robles, which by the way is a close campus. So is there a way we can purchase those containers to the schools that are currently serving our children and take that back, I guess, to the one that's for Los Robles, since we're not using it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Delatorre, for the question. I'm going to have Mr. Ray Chowdhury provide some information on that.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Board Vice President, Mr. Quack, and the rest board members. So Los Robles is used for interim housing for Palm Elementary modernization. So we'll move the Palm Elementary students to Los Robles. That's the plan if we go ahead with the Palm Elementary modernization. As a result, we have to move the existing items that we have at Los Robles out of the classrooms because Palm Elementary students will need the classroom, and that's why we need the container at Los Robles.
We're paying for rentals. Can we just purchase them? It's a lot most cost effective, I would think. I mean, we get to keep them. We're going to be using them to store books or furniture, whatever we need.
Right. So we have containers right now that we are trying to, at some point of time, we will get rid, but purchasing those containers are much more expensive.
You should have said that first, at any rate.
Yes.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have one more thing.
Madam Clerk.
Okay. One of the concerns that I have, and I think Manoj and Dr. Jimenez have talked about this, is the fact that we're spending a lot of money on Palm Elementary. And we're talking a lot of money on Palm Elementary. And the concern that I have is we haven't done any soil testing on that particular site.
Point of order, just that item has nothing to do with this agenda item and based on time, if that could be discussed some other time. It's just only about what's being purchased here.
It's
So-
important.
Yeah, but our students are going to be moved.
So,
Yeah, but just-
okay, so as a presiding officer, I would actually agree it goes beyond. However, I'll let you make your point.
Okay.
You can finish your point.
Okay, I think it's important to look at the soil testing before we are spending this money, because if we come back with high levels of lead and arsenic at that school, then what are we going to do when we have already spent lots of money at that site?
Okay, thank you very much. Nothing else? Roll call.
Mr. Delatour,
No.
Ms. Loetta,
Yes.
Ms. Quinones,
I need clarification.
It's the whole
Okay.
thing. Okay, it is absolutely the whole thing. Nothing was pulled, all right?
I want to say no for now.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes.
Ms. Ramos not present.
Okay, so,
That's all right.
well, it's 2-2, right?
It's
Okay,
deadlock.
all right. So 2-2, just so you understand that means that it fails.
I want to know what is the ramification.
Right, so the
for
ramifications are because there are a lot of other purchase orders here, right? And that's the issue, because I would have
with the
pulled, I think the better way would have been to pull the stuff for Palm and not penalize the rest of our school district regarding that. Would you agree to that?
We can pull Palm.
Okay. So, perfect example of a motion for reconsideration, right? So, all right, we're gonna do this thing. So we're gonna do a new motion, right? So here's the new motion. The new motion is, so I'm gonna read it again, if I may. Item number 7.01A, bond project proven or ratify current year expenditures and purchase orders for the period ending May 21, 2025 for the various accounting funds for the Measure BB bond projects, except for the ones dealing with Palm.
Which includes Los Robles, correct?
Would that include Los Robles?
That's where they're gonna be moving.
Great, try to,
So I want some clarification. Are we not modernizing Palm Elementary School?
Well, that's actually a different question.
But that implicates whether we need
No,
the,
I understand that, but the way it is right now is that you should look at it in a different way with
Okay.
respect, which is that if we don't pass this, nothing passes, right? So to me, it's better to get this thing passed without Palm than the whole thing going down.
the question I think on the forum is, on the dais is whether we need the container at Los Robles.
Correct.
That's what I heard.
That is the pending question.
Right, so we will need the container at Los Robles if we are moving Palm Elementary School to Los Robles.
And is that amount $10,000?
Yes,
Okay, it's only $10,000.
But we have empty rooms at Los Robles, an empty campus, an empty NPR room, and you
If
mean to tell
we-
me it's
if we are
not big
moving-
enough for?
right. If we are moving the Palm Elementary School to Los Robles, we'll need the containers.
Right, it's necessary, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Is
then
this-
you may not agree
I'm
with
not
it, but
okay.
that's,
You mean to tell me that a little container is gonna hold all the stuff? No, I'd rather put the stuff in the NPR. It's a lot bigger.
In Palm in.
No, at Los Robles Academy. Have you been to that school? I mean, it's huge.
Right, so then where are we going to feed the kids?
Well, then let's find another area.
If we take
See,
out.
that's the thing. There was, and I know we don't want to go back to this, but there was a mistake to have Palm open and Los Robles closed when you knew that we needed to do soil sampling at Palm.
that-
It's a conversation we've had. So it's a bad mistake, error that you guys made, and now we're trying to backpedal.
well, that definitely is beyond the pale of this thing. But in order to move this thing forward, Ms. Dilatory, that's where it is right now. I guess we would include Los Robles, right? Dr. Menace?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes, that is correct.
all right. So, but I do have one ancillary question is, if, now the Palm question comes up, right? Is if we're gonna do with Palm, right? How quickly can we do any soil testing in order to go ahead and get this thing back on track? Because you can see the way it is right now, it's not.
I
gonna-
think it's a broader discussion, right? So I'll give you my counter question. If we discover lead and arsenic and other materials at Palm, what's the board going to do?
Well, at that point, the board can to me, there'd be a motion for renewal, right? Because at that point, we have additional information that we didn't have before, right? Okay, so that can be done from that parliamentary standard. But right now, as the presiding officer, I want to get the rest of this thing done so we can move forward. So it goes back to the question of how quickly can the soil testing be done? And then, of course, and I don't want to get into so much, of course, the cost of it too, right? But in terms of time, how quickly do we get this thing done without getting this thing obviously off track? Because we do have a Measure BB bond here.
Soil testing, if we are doing it on our own, it can be done quick, but there's a cost to it also.
Right, so.
So you have to think of the cost. It can be anywhere from 10,000 to 200,000, depending on what elements and how many samples we are testing.
Well, that's quite a big range there.
Yeah, it's a question like how
10,000.
much does it cost to build a house without knowing what the specification and
Well,
what.
I don't need a mansion, right? But here's what I would say. It would be something that would be akin to the industry standard, right? I don't need a mansion. I need something that would actually get the job done, that is recognized by the industry as being an efficacious test.
So knowing that the contamination is from Chemetco, there are 15 elements out there which can be toxic. Ms. Quinones has more information, but I believe she mentioned 2 elements, but there are nitrous oxide, there are benzene, there are sulfuric acid. So if we are extending that and saying, okay, we need to test for each element, because the way elements testing is done for soil testing, they will take a sample and test for each element. So as you can see, it's a much deeper discussion than just.
Yeah, but at the same time, we all know that we have chemicals everywhere, right? It
Right.
all comes down to concentration, right? How much, right? We can all take some lead, right? But we can't take too much of it, right? So we could talk about this literally forever because we don't have any answers, right? But I want to move this thing through, right? So the only way that this board is going to go ahead and approve this is the way it's just been articulated, right? Los Robles stays in, everything else palm is taken out, right? And then it's going to be incumbent, Dr. Menes, for the district leadership to bring this thing back, because speed and time is of the essence here. And so you're gonna have to, again, take a look at the industry standard and so forth, right?
So for the argument, I would say at this point, we can remove the containers for Palm and Los Robles because those go hand in hand.
Okay.
And we'll pause the construction or the modernization for Palm.
Right, but at the same time,
We'll go ahead with the soil testing.
well, we have to do the soil testing. I mean, the
Will be
pause.
proposal to the
Right,
board.
right, because we can't have a pause of a long time, right?
Yes.
But the way that you've just said it was that there doesn't need to be a big pause. We can go ahead and do it relatively quickly, although there's a possible complicating factor where if there are more substances that need to be tested for. All right? But I believe in this district, we have to do this thing quickly. All right? I don't disagree on the welfare of our kids, by the way. All right? So the way it is now is that, again, to be clear, it's taking everything on Palm and the Los Robles. Right, Dr. Menes?
May I ask you, on the same page, there's one at the very top for $20,000, and it says the same thing, same company, container rental. What is that for? How is that facilitating for what site?
I'll have to get back to you on that particular site.
Okay, so,
Oh,
but there's no,
Yeah, there's no.
there's no responsive answer to that, right? So the motion remains the same, all right? It's 7.01A, the way it's written, minus any container rental to Palm as well as Los Robles. Okay?
and an explanation for the one at the very top. I want to know what it's for. It doesn't have a school site. If
I
I'll show you
understand.
my book.
I understand that, but
Well, we don't want to spend $20,000 if we don't know what it's
so
about.
so here again, now we go back to you, Mr. Rochaudry, is that if we were to take that out, would this materially damage this item?
It potentially can, depending on where it is being used. If we are using it
Right.
for, and I know it doesn't have the site, but
But it wasn't put in there for no reason, right? There has to be cause, right?
So we'll have to research that piece.
But if we were to take it out now, right, then there would be an issue, right?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So I would not agree with respect to that. I think that it's just the way it is right now. Again, this thing here, the way 7.01A is written, minus any containers for Los Robles and Palm. Okay? You don't have to vote for it, Mr. De La Torre, but that's what that is.
I just want to know if we're going to spend 20.
Sure, I understand.
For what?
I understand, but they don't have the answer to
When
that.
The district doesn't know what it's for. I have an issue.
But what you did here is that it could be damaging, all right?
Damaging if we don't know what it's for. I mean, what?
Anyway, the testimony is what it is because he said it could be damaging. Okay, so we have the motion and second, correct? Is it clear for the record?
I have Mr. De La Torre made the motion. Well, that was for the original one, so I didn't capture anybody making a motion to make the change.
All right, you don't have to make that motion, Mr. De La Torre. Somebody else can make the motion then.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna now restate a different motion, okay? Actually, it's the same thing, right? 7.01A bond project, approve and or ratify current year expenditures and purchase orders for the period ending May 21, 2025 for the various accounting funds for Measure BB bond projects with the exception of container rentals for Los Robles and Palm Elementary. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. No discussion, roll call.
Mr. De La Torre,
Abstain.
Ms. Loera,
Yes.
Ms. Quinones,
Yes.
Mr. Quack,
Yes.
Ms. Serrano is absent.
Motion passes, 3 affirmative votes, 1 abstention. It's 10:52. And the way that our system works, we have 20 minutes unless it's done. So we're not gonna make it by 11. 7.01B, bond project, approve award of bid 2024 to 2025.21 and contract for the Measure BB bond bid bundle number 8, Palm Elementary, Sparks Elementary, Wing Lane Elementary, and Valino School of Academics to Chalmers Construction Services, Inc. for either 1, base bid number 4 and bid option number 1 for an amount not to exceed $9,572,000 for Valinda, Sparks, and Wing Lane, or number 2, bid option number 3 for an amount not to exceed $12,404,000 for all 4 sites. Is there a motion?
I'll motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
We have Palm Elementary again on this particular item. We're gonna go through the same problem.
Anybody else? Now, what I will say is that that's not entirely true because this is an option, right? The second option does include all 4 sites, but the first one does not, and the first one doesn't include Palm. All right? So I do want to make that as a clarification. Yes, Ms. Lorera.
Why doesn't the first option include Palm?
Mr. Chowdhury?
So during the agenda prep, we receive interest from a couple of board members to exclude PUM from modernization. And that's why we went back and split this into either exclude PUM or include PUM. So either you approve bid bundle 4 or bid option number 3 or bid option number 4.
Okay, I have an issue with that this options needs to come to the whole board. 2 board members should not be making these decisions for the whole board of which option that's going to be brought to the board. I don't think that is correct. That 2 board members decide which options we get to see. Because they decided they want an option without Palm. I don't think that's correct. Someone has to comment.
Okay. I didn't hear the question, but I think there's a comment here. So why weren't we providing that information. Obviously, there's additional information that we could have provided today under closed session, but since some items were closed in closed sessions, we can't provide additional information with that respect, other than what you've heard here briefly with respect to Palm and Los Robles. But obviously, when we prepare these agendas, that's one of the options that a board president has to be able to put the agenda together with the superintendent. And so when we do that, there's considerations that we bring into play to determine whether what stays, what doesn't, and the reasons for it. So I think had we had an opportunity to provide additional clarity today in closed session, we could have.
Why wasn't
Provided.
it provided in closed session, knowing that we were gonna have this?
The items were deleted.
Well, that's what I just don't understand, because now I'm asked to make a decision on this when I don't have the full picture. Two board members do. I don't. I'm not sure if the other
Well-
three board members do. I don't have the full
In order
picture.
to facilitate this, I think her question is actually germane, right? Because we're gonna vote on this thing. And it would have been very material to actually address this issue in closed session, but we can't do it now because we can't go back in time, right? But apparently, what I could gather is that the presiding officer actually eliminated that, right? And then this is the way it happened? Is that what you're saying?
Well, there was interest, so obviously there was not direction, there was interest. You know, if these issues are a concern with respect to Palm, then this would impact the agenda item in terms of how it's presented to the board, because the goal is to try to get some of this passed,
No,
right?
I understand that. So here's what I'll say to move this along, okay? Is that the question about the removal and so forth is legitimate, right? However, this is what it is right now, all right? The other point that Madam Clerk said is also material, because the same reason why we did what we just did on the previous item applies to this item, right? So that logic is also applicable here. I could see that. I think I'm persuaded by that
But
argument.
the issue that I have is that some people know what's going on, and they decided to do it this way because they knew they were gonna bring up issues here at the board meeting. And I'm not privy to that information, and they decided to take it out because of how they were gonna possibly vote. I have a huge issue with the way was conducted.
All right, so here's what I'll say with respect to that, all right, is that I do view that as valid, right? Because it's a form of censorship, right?
Yes.
It gets and so forth. But this is not the time to deal with that right now. That would have to be another agenda item in order to modify or augment our bylaws that would prevent that.
Well, isn't it a Brown Act violation? Because now some board members are privy to certain information to make decisions on an agenda item, and not all board members.
Well, I'm
have
not going to
the same information.
argue, I'm not here to argue the issue whether or not that's a Brown Act violation, okay? I want to go ahead and move that. You can raise this issue, right?
I'll be raising this.
Okay, that's
issue.
fine, that's fine.
If I may, Mr.
Sure.
Brock. So
Jimenez.
just a reminder to all of our board members, you know, once I've done agenda preparation with one board member, two board members, I can share information as to what is going to be on the agenda. And if any board member would like, after there is agenda preparation, I've always have stated this, I could share what's been shared at that point, even before it's released to the public, because it's in draft form. And as long as I don't give you any copies, because I don't, and I've shared this many times, that it is a Brown Act violation for me to give you documents that haven't been released yet to the public. So we don't do that, but I could do agenda preparation with any board member once it has happened with either one or two board members to
But the only
prepare
thing I would say
agenda.
about that is that the practice of this board has never been like that, right? So I myself I can speak for myself. I would never actually even thought about asking you a question is, all right, did somebody go ahead and tamper with the agenda? But nonetheless, our esteemed General Counsel, Ms. Capados, is at the mic. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. So I just want to remind, because there is an allegation on the floor about a certain violation, and I don't know about past practices, but I just want to remind you that we do have a board policy that says the board president, with the consultation of the superintendent, put the agenda together, right? So that is an explicit authority that we have within our board policies. And also keep in mind that each of you has the opportunity to put something on the agenda. Again, that's supported by board policy. So I just want to remind you of that.
So the argument there is that this is in compliance with our bylaws. And then my point also is that you could augment the bylaws to say, hey, if there's going to be a change to this, right, we would like to know, right? But with that said, let's stay with this item right here, all right? It's 11 o'clock. We're not even close to ending here, right? So let's go ahead and do this. Is there any further discussion with respect to this? Because again, there are two options here. So we would actually have to try to figure out what the preference is, the options, right? Okay, so because we can't really do a roll call, we'd have to do a roll call and then have to say which option, right? Okay, yeah, I want to make sure of that, right? So is that what you want to do? Okay, so we're going to do roll call. And then here you have three possible, well, you have possible answers, right? In addition to abstention and nay or no, right? Is if there's a yes, it's a yes plus which option? Okay? Do we all understand this? Okay. No questions. Roll call, please.
Mr. Delatorre,
Yes,
Ms. Loera,
Wait.
and then
Well, he has to say an
Sure,
option.
yes.
I guess I would want all four sites.
Okay, so you say two.
I think it's three. Bid three, next page.
Well, no. It says option two.
Was the other one, okay,
But
one
it
says,
bid option three, but it says or number two.
I apologize, but it says, I'm trying to read what it says, and it says bid number 4, Belinda School. That's all I see. And the next one, it says Sparks Elementary in Wing Lane. And if I turn the page, it says or bid option
Right.
number 3, all four sites.
Okay, hold on. I read this, okay, Mr. Delatorre. If you see that, it says you're gonna vote for either, okay?
Oh,
So
up on
either
top.
one or number two,
Up on top.
right? For either number one or number two,
So it'll be
Okay.
number 2, if you want it all.
correct? It'd be
Bid
number
2,
two.
correct, thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so
Thank you.
just for the record, you're voting yes, number two.
Yes, number 2.
Thank you very much. Continue.
Ms. Loera,
Yes, number 2.
Ms. Quinones,
Point of clarification, number 1 doesn't have, Palm Elementary, right? And
That's
number
correct.
2 does? Is that,
Correct. It
is
says
that
all four sides.
Mr. Delatorre? I think he meant no Palm.
No, he said all 4 sites.
No, yes, all sites, all
Do
sites.
you still want Palm Elementary? I'm
We're gonna-
asking him.
Otherwise, if we don't, then that school's gonna be left with nothing. Just like my whole trustee area, Los Altos, Orange Grove, Los Robles, Palm, nothing has been done for some reason.
All right, you've cast your vote. Thank you. He clarified. That's what he said.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Okay, I'm going to vote yes on number 1.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes, number 2. It passes. So it passes 3 yes for 701B number 2. You have 1 vote for 70B1 option number 1. That's what the record reflects. Thank you very much. Next, 7.01C, bond project. Approve participation in various piggyback allowed contracts to be used for Measure BB bond projects at various sites during the 2025-26 school year or until expiration as listed. Is there a motion?
Make a motion?
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Ms. Loera,
Yes.
Ms. Quinones,
Yes.
Mr. Kwok.
Yes.
Mr. Ronald is absent.
Motion passes 4-0. 703A, right?
702A.
Oh, I don't have it. Yeah. Oh, wait. I may have it here. Oh, I got it. You got it? It's right here.
Supplemental.
All right, 7.02. Board of Vacation A, approve resolution number 2024-25-46, commitment to preserve the former Valley Alternative School, Lamitas property for community education use. Is there a motion?
Make a motion?
Is there a second?
Second?
Discussion. Roll call.
Mr. Delatorre,
Yes.
Ms. Loera,
No.
Ms. Quinones,
Yes.
Mr. Quack,
No.
Ms. Serrano is absent.
So deadlock 2-2 does not pass. 7.03A, is that correct? 7.03A, discussion regarding the proposed five-year district strategic plan as recommended by the Strategic Plan Committee consisting of students, staff, teachers, parents, and administrators. That's just a discussion item. Okay, next, 7.04A, human resources. Receive and approve initial proposal for negotiations on a successor agreement for 2025 through 28 from the Service Employees International Union, SEIU, Local 99. Is there a motion? I'll move. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? No. Roll call.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Ms. Loetta,
Yes.
Ms. Quinones,
Yes.
Mr. Quack, Ms.
Yes.
Serrano is absent.
Motion passes 4-0. 7.04B, present and approve initial proposal for negotiations on a successor agreement for 2025-2028 with the Service Employees International Union, SEIU, Local 99. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Ms. Loetta,
Yes.
Ms. Quinones,
Yes.
Mr. Quack,
Yes.
Ms. Serrano is absent.
Motion passes 4-0. Business and Operation 7.05A. Discussion on the Center for Performing Arts. I don't think we need that right now.
Can we table it?
Yeah, well, yeah, you can table it.
Or is it something that
We
we need
can-
to discuss?
This-
That's why it's on here?
No, the reason why this was on here, there was just interest for the board to have a conversation as to what we want to do at this time, because we do have the 24 million set aside, 4 million from the congressional grant, and you know that has an expiration date, and we just were looking for direction, but direction could come at the next
Wait,
board
was
meeting.
that congressional grant or is it from? Oh, yeah, it was a
Grace
congressional
Napolitano,
grant.
congressional
Yeah,
grant.
it's Grace Napolitano. It was a congressional.
Yes, so this could be put on again.
Okay, but here's the thing. We were discussing, remember when we had Mr. Logging here, right? We're discussing, and all this stuff. There has to be some level of additional information on that because that was important, right? Because we're saying, hey, are we going to descope it or whatever the case is? There was some pushback on that, say it's not even going to work under that circumstances. It's not worth it to actually do it, and then they're not going to use it, right? So I'm going to go ahead and we can table this.
Yeah, we can add
But
it.
it's only a discussion.
Yeah, so I have
There's no motion necessary, right? Yeah, it's
So
no motion.
really quick, so when this is brought back, because when it says discussion, unless I have something to talk about, it's too broad, we don't know. If, I know we've had discussions about this, maybe options, what we can do, so that way we have something to discuss. When it's just blank discussion for these items, it's just too broad.
Well, so I thought this was clear what I was saying, but let me make it explicit in terms of implicit. It has to build on what happened before, right?
Yeah.
So it has to be a progression. We understand that, Dr. Menace? Okay, great. All right, next, 7.05B, presentation discussion on the district's 2025-26 proposed budget aligned to district's local control and accountability plan. Discussion only. Yes, Ms. Laura?
I did have some questions, concerns about some of that. If I could, I know you guys are going, when we come back in about a couple of weeks, I would like to make an appointment with Dr. Jimenez and whoever has the questions. I know some of, or Dr. Zaya, I don't know if you're not gonna be here anymore, but Manoj, because I had some questions about that, so I don't want to fill up that time right now,
Thank you
but there
very
are some
much.
questions that I had.
The presiding officer thanks you. All right. 7.06 contract agreement, none. 7.07 student discipline matters. Take necessary action regarding matters related to student discipline. I recognize Madam Clerk.
I move to accept the recommendations of the administration for the following students. The stipulated expulsion, EX 06-1225-1.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Ms. Loetta,
Yes.
Ms. Quinones,
Yes.
Mr. Quack,
Yes.
Ms. Serrano is absent.
Thank you very much for motion passes 4-0. I never thought I'd be happy that we're here at 11:10, but yet I am here, all right? So board comments? Take it away, Mr. Delatorre.
Thank you. I'm going to start by, I am aware of the stress, disruption, and fear recent immigration enforcement activity has caused across our communities. Recognizing the emotional toll this has taken on many of our students, families, and employees, particularly in certain areas that have been impacted by these events. I know La Puente and Valinda has dealt with it. I am appalled for what happened to Mr. David Huerta, president of SEIU, and U.S. Senator Alex Padilla. I do urge peaceful demonstrations. If you're going to demonstrate, it is your right. Let me tell you, I work in downtown LA, and I have walked out along with other members. And what I've saw is, people singing songs, marching, waving many flags, and embracing each other and raising our voices and making it clear that this country is made up of immigrants, which makes it beautiful, colorful, and diverse. In the midst of current protests, raids, and fear-mongering, I want to remind everyone that our students are our #1 priority in our district, and we will do everything in our power to keep them safe. Now, more than ever, Hacienda La Puente Unified School District stands united to our commitment to protecting every student's right to an education and ensure that our school communities feel safe, seen, and supported. To our class of 2025, our graduates, your journey is just the beginning, and I'm excited to see what you will do in your next chapter. You might be our next CEO in a company, an attorney, a judge, mechanic, scientist, teacher, nurse, governor, or even president, not if you want to do, but president, want to make a difference. To our families, I want to thank you. Gracias for choosing HLP USD. I appreciate your continued support and collaboration throughout the year. Also, any family who has questions, concerns, or needs support, they may contact our Equity and Access. We're small but mighty. Let me tell you, we have amazing team. Marta Calderon, our director, Claudia Perez, coordinator of community schools, Marisa Cabezas, homeless liaison, Patty, foster homeless liaison, Floor. We have, like I said, we don't have a big team, but I can tell you they have a lot of resources. Please reach out to them if you have any questions. Area code 626-933-5301. I believe they're open Monday through Friday. I don't know right now, maybe in the summer, early in the morning to like late. So I don't know if our they're not, okay. Well, reach out to our district. I know Fridays, they're not available, but Monday through Thursday, they're available. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good evening, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Delatorre, who did it in 3 minutes. Ms. Laura, no pressure.
Yes. I am speaking on behalf of myself as a teacher, a mom, and someone who deeply believes in the safety and dignity of our families. That is why I signed a joint letter with many other elected officials across California, and why I support the California Latino School Board Association statement. What we are seeing right now, the militarization, militarized ICE raids, the use of force in our own neighborhoods, and the trauma inflicted on students is not acceptable. These actions don't protect, they destabilize. They don't bring order, they instill fear. And our children carry that fear into the classroom. As the CLSBA stated, schools must remain safe, supportive spaces for every child, regardless of immigration status. I echo that. We cannot look away when families are under attack. We have a duty to act with care, with clarity, and with urgency. I signed that joint letter because I believe our communities deserve leaders who will not stay silent in the face of fear and injustice. So I speak today with unwavering solidarity with our immigrant communities, and I will continue to speak out because silence is not an option when the well-being of our students is on the line. Okay, I do want to make a comment on a statement that was made earlier. A community member came and said that Sparks Elementary has more than 300 students without extra teachers. That is not true. They do have a lot more students because of reconfiguration. They do not have the same amount of teachers because When I visited Sparks Middle School, the first week of school, I met many new teachers there. And with the whole FTE with the district does, there's no way that could happen. And I do know that many of our students that are at Sparks Middle School are loving it there with all the new programs that are available to them. Dr. Nieto has stated that he's getting many requests for students who want to attend Sparks Middle School, especially from students who were Sparks Middle School is not their home school. So Sparks Middle School is an amazing school under the leadership of Dr. Nieto. Okay, last year I had the opportunity to travel to the C-STEM conference at UC Davis. There I heard directly from professors about how important the math programming is in middle school and high school and how it plays a critical role in preparing students for college, particularly in engineering and other math-intensive majors. At that conference, I also learned about the RoboPlay competition where students code robots to solve real-world challenges, problems similar to constructive responses. I said to Dr. Jimenez, we need to bring this competition in our district. And it's not just a competition, it's a bridge between classroom math and real-life application. Students learn to problem solve, troubleshoot, and collaborate under pressure. Today, I had the opportunity of visiting Fairgrove and Mesa Robles with Dr. Jimenez to see the culmination of their summer C-STEM program. I just wanted to highlight just two very small things that we saw. We saw so many things, but one was the TK first grade classroom. There were incoming TK, incoming kindergarten, I mean. They weren't just playing with robots. They were using math vocabulary. TK, kindergarten. There was where the robots had to go forward. It didn't go all the way. So the teacher was asking the class, what do you need to do now to make sure it goes all the way to the end? And one little girl said, we need to add more. And then the teacher, okay, what do we need to add more? Because they already added 2 blocks of 20. How much more do we need? And so the little girl did say, we need to add more. The boy who raised his hand said, we need to add 2 more blocks. 1 of 20 and 1 of 15. And this was TK kindergarten doing this high level of math already. And also saw, so this is building the foundation for computational thinking. I also saw the imagination where students built a beetle robot and how they were building this robot and modifying it and troubleshooting it. It was just inspiring. And then after, there's just so many other things I could talk about, Susan, but I want to talk about the rehearsal from Matilda that Dr. Jimenez also went to today. It was just inspiring. Just to let you guys, tickets are going fast, so please buy them before the time runs out for me. Just the whole orchestration, the students from, I'm not sure TK, but I know kindergarten all the way to high school, working together, who are going to be acting, singing, but also the orchestra and also students sewing today with actual sewing machines, making some of the things that they need for the play. So I am so looking forward to the musical. I'll also be going on Saturday night. And so I hope many of our community members can go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, you're up.
Good evening, everyone. I cannot begin tonight without acknowledging the fear that is weighing heavily on our immigrant community. These are scary times for many of our families. Some are afraid to leave their homes. Others feel helpless, unsure of what to do or where to turn. You're not alone. We as a community must support one another however we can. If you or someone you know is too afraid to run errands, attend appointments, or simply step outside, please reach out. If I cannot help you directly, I will do everything in my power to connect you with someone in our community who can. In moments like this, we need to show up for each other more than ever. With that said, there are a few important topics I would like to address tonight. First, the LCAP survey, the Local Control and Accountability Plan. This is a powerful tool that helps guide decisions in our district, but only if our community participates. Next year, I will be challenging the superintendent and this board to aim much higher and want to see at least 65 to 70% participation. That means we have to do more to reach families, explain what the LCAP is, and make the process accessible and inclusive. Second, supporting our school sites must remain a top priority. Right now, we have situations where one school counselor is expected to support over 500 students. That is simply not sustainable. It is not fair to our students, and it's not fair to our staff. The most recent LCAP survey revealed that nearly a quarter of our survey students do not feel safe on campus. That should be a wake-up call for all of us. We must do better. I will continue to advocate for more campus security, more aides, and more support staff so our schools can be safe, welcoming places where students can thrive. I also want to speak directly to our incredible staff. I've heard traveling reports that some of you are afraid to speak up out of fear of retaliation. I want to be absolutely clear that is not acceptable. No one should be afraid to raise concerns. If you ever feel that your voice is being silenced or punished, please reach out to me. I will listen. I will act. You deserve to feel safe and respected at work. We also cannot forget about the environmental health and safety of our school sites. I'm continuing to push for soil testing at schools that may have been impacted by facilities like EcoVat at Chemetco. It has been too long. We need a plan from our superintendent. We, as a district leaders, want to be proactive and not reactive. Finally, I want to close with a reminder of our strength. No hay poder más grande que un pueblo unido. There is no greater power than a united people. I'm sorry, one more thing. Rosa Isaiah, Dr. Rosa Isaiah, I want to wish you the very best. It's been a pleasure meeting you. And Dr. Cunningham, I know you're not here anymore, but as well, have fun in your retirement. I hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk. All right, I'm just going to start by saying some things that I just heard, all right? I agree on the school counselor issue. There's got to be an equity aspect of this as opposed to just equality, so I agree with respect to that. I do agree with the soil testing. I think that is important, right? That's responsible because nothing's more important than the health of our kids. I also will say that, as a school district, we must do everything we can to protect our kids, right? That there has to be security for our children, parents, and families, right, in our safe places. And at the same time, we have to understand, what the rights are, for everyone. There is a difference, for example, between an administrative warrant as opposed to a judicial warrant. So to the extent that we can help our families, the same is good. And I also will remind the Supreme Court case Employer v. Doe, right? That was decided when it said that it's not a situation where you have to be a citizen and go to school in terms of the funding issue. That's actually a seminal moment. But by the same token, nobody's going to agree to felonious criminality either, right? So all that has to be condemned. We do this thing for kids because we just went through the season, which that's the payoff, right? The promotions, the graduations, senior war nights. It was fabulous. That's what we're here to do. It was great to see that. I want to thank everyone that made it happen here at all the schools. I saw something where the Wilson kids came to actually see, I guess, kids in middle school, right, in their graduation, right? I want to see more of that. And I would like to see where the kids and the teachers are there at the middle school promotions, encouraging them, showing them that the other programs and so forth. I think that's where it should be, right? And I also would very much like to see our alumni, our kids, because they're actually here after being in college to go and say, hey, I went to this school because I went to this school district. So I like to encourage that aspect as well. I also was very pleased to be at the Wedgeworth grand opening, and I would tell you that's probably the last grand opening in the history of our school district in terms of what it was, right? So I was very pleased. Everybody here was there, so all the school board members that are here present. I also wanted to acknowledge the former school board members that were there. And Norman Sue, Dr. Chang, Jay Chang, Christine Salazar. I always have a place in my heart for Anita Perez, who was here. I only got to spend less than a year with her. The way to start it was with music, and the Royal Wilson Marching Alliance was up to the task. It was phenomenal. I was also very pleased to be here for the Classified Staff Appreciation Luncheon. I also was at the SCIU Local 99 Educator Workers Recognition Luncheon in downtown LA. I'm very pleased to see the California Distinguished School Recognition Awards, Wedgeworth getting one of them, and the Workman Elementary School and Newton Middle School for the Civic Learning Award. And our esteemed superintendent was there at Disneyland Hotel, and so was Nancy Lorera, so thank you for that. I want to congratulate the Youth Cinema Project for being passed today. That was a big deal with respect to that. And again, it's a pathway because if it affects California, Sparks, and so forth, right? Another one is that everything is going with respect to AI and so forth. So back to Code Campus versus C-STEM, you get the idea, right? We got to get the right one. I'm very pleased that the superintendent did this. I didn't ask him to do this. He gave an update in the Wilson football field. I will tell you, it's been dark since the beginning. It cannot be dark at the beginning of this year under any circumstances, period. All right. I was very happy to see Mr. Marshall here. I was also very, very pleased to see the To Inspire for Kabe, right? Because I did some of that. And when we talk about student support, the fact that we're providing training for our teachers with respect to advanced reading through the Orange County Department of Education, right? And who came up with that idea? Our teachers came up with that idea. They should be applauded with respect to that. Big believer in the Princeton Review. I want to continue to see that. Somebody had said something about the competency of our employees. I stand behind every one of our employees. I believe in their competency. I believe in their duty of loyalty. I believe in their commitment to our school district. Thank you for Dr. Cunningham and Dr. Isaiah. What you did for our school district, I ring the bell for both of you. And I'm looking forward for the Aquatics Center grand opening. And I would close with respect to that for everybody being here. Thank you very much. And I thank the board for allowing us to actually finish at 11:27 or before 11:30. And with that, I'd like to have a motion for adjournment. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Delatorre.
Aye.
Ms. Loetta.
Yes.
Ms. Quinones.
Yes.
Mr. Quack.
Yes.
Mr. Alonso is absent.
Thank you very much. This meeting is now adjourned. Our next regular board meeting will be on June 24, 2025. Please check the district website for more information. Thank you for joining us this evening. And it's my privilege to say we are adjourned.